Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. I am Zim, and this is Project Zomboid. I am joined this evening by many wonderful beings, though for those that stream, do go check out Rygon over at their channel, Rygon Plays, as well as New Year's Kitsune. I should add you both to my title. There we go. But yeah, we're doing Project Zomboid. We've gotten ourselves a nice little location selected and set up in... Oh, hey, the garage door seems to have fixed itself. That's really good. Yeah, we got this house, this building, and this one. We started in Moldrog for any that are not aware. And yeah. But tonight we really need to get our base secure, everyone. So please no gallivanting off. Well, I guess we can allow one person to gallivant off.
Bye-bye. Yay.
Nine piece. Val and on.
Just, you know. Otherwise, we need to make sure that, people aren't... Or helping with getting things secure. Because, yeah... No galvantulating off either. This is probably going to go horribly wrong, but I'm going to try it anyways. Well, we got one crate out of that.
Have a lure.
Bingo. We can put corpses in the car, the thingy, in the little trailer.
Cool.
How
Get them
bulky
out
are
of
they?
here.
No. Bye.
That's it.
Really? All three of those broke?
What broke?
The crates. I'm trying to move them.
Oh,
Perfect.
I'm gonna...
All right.
I have stuff
All
here. Where do I leave it?
regions.
What stuff?
Hammers. Batteries.
Just drop them on the floor.
Perfect.
Yeah, blunt objects.
More just kind of stuff in general. If it was just blunt objects, I'd take them all. Free weapons.
Well, at this rate, we are going to wind up with no crates along this wall.
So it would seem.
Those ones can't be replaced either, right?
Correct.
They can't. You can make like good crates.
Not according to
That's
Kojo.
No, you can.
Okay, I got one.
I don't know if maybe they will have slightly less storage, but you can make different quality of crates depending on your carpentry skill.
I forget that this game actually affects the HP and quality of the stuff.
Mm-hmm. I can't be bothered to drop everything in place. I like in a good place.
Just put it on the floor inside of the warehouse.
Yes.
I can sort it from there.
That is what I'm planning to do.
Alright, see you soon, Jaffer. Hope it all goes well.
Nope, it has to be the other one.
And hello there, Pikesh. What are you doing?
Stuff.
Please don't put that in here.
Don't worry, I'm not leaving the car here. I need it. I'm just being efficient.
Hey, Balasar, good to see you.
Is the car still running?
Yes. I'm gonna be leaving within a couple minutes, so don't worry.
Well, if you want to join, then join, Ryusho. Or if you don't want to join, then don't join. I really hope you driving over stuff isn't damaging it.
Probably not. We'll see. No, don't worry, that's all looted stuff. Ah, you can close the door.
I'll just keep continuing on with this corpse problem.
Don't worry, I have a
Thank
solution
you.
for us. I have a
You're
big
coming
brain
by
solution.
because I have 8 viewers. I appreciate it, Balasar. I'm doing some
Excellent.
creative writing right now. If you all like, I could go over to my main screen and you can all see what I'm typing up, but I didn't figure I was going to be doing anything too exciting other than doing arrangements right now. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go over to the main screen. Then you can all see what I'm doing.
Shall I just dump them in the back?
Yes, dump them in the trailer.
Please make sure they're looted first. Chrysops, if you could work on bodies, that would be appreciated.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'll move me over here for right now.
Pat the Ragon.
The snuggle corner.
Just knuckle corner.
Snuggles the Ragon.
So, as you all can see here, over on the left side, I'm currently arranging all of the different regions that have had some development put into them, and just giving them their proper names. Akana, the Shaking Land, Arlite, Mercenary Kingdoms, Ember, the Devouring Land, and so on and so forth.
Okay, that trailer is only going to move about 4 corpses at a time.
5 for me.
The other stuff in it's reducing it to 2 now.
Oh, yeah, because I'm pulling out all this stuff. But yeah, the goal is to just move more corpses fast.
You could probably put them in the boot as well.
You can put them in the back of the car as well, yeah.
So apparently binoculars are considered a weapon?
Yeah. You make someone see through them, and then you like point up at the sky, and you know.
Force them to look at the stun through them.
Exactly.
Land of Graves. Yep, Corbin, there are many, many lands. I think we've got 19 at my last count so far, with more always being under development in some way or another.
Nice.
Like, who
What
knows?
do you-
Maybe we'll develop a land today and toss it in.
Yeah, why not? What do you mean I'm a were-duke? Alright, see you soon, Chrysovos. Iggy.
There we go. I connected our 2 floors. Now we can walk from one side to the other.
Well,
God, I love sledgehammers. Please do not use this. I'm gonna keep the sledgehammer in a safe place. Someone's gonna use it as a weapon. It's gonna waste it.
station.
Here, give the pizza.
Yep.
Savagery.
Follow. Passage.
Oh, nice. Definitely makes getting around this place a little easier.
Mm-hmm. I know someone's gonna hate it, but that'll be a problem for later.
There we go.
Just
The
put
arrangement
it-
is done.
Let's put a door there.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, I'm kind of surprised. You got a lot of work done for a refuge recently.
It helps to be inspired. It helps when I got something to kind of bounce it off of, instead of it just staying in my head. Plus, the new medication helps a bit too.
There.
Hmm. I'm just thinking for a second.
Hey there, Coach. Oh, yes, we just started up. You should really add the role on the Discord to yourself.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Thank you for the
Ryu
love.
Show just resubscribed for 5 months. Raw.
Thank you for the resub, Ryu Show. Good night, Asher. Thanks for coming by.
Good night.
Are we doing the big thunk? Well, I mean, there's a lot to go with here. Like, a lot. Like each one of these different regions has materials associated with them. You know, to varying degrees. Some of them have pictures, some of them have more written stuff. Others have just thought experiments. Like Liminal, currently we're getting a species reference for that one. Teorin has a picture associated with it, along with home. It's a picture that kind of goes with both. Tamarin has a species. Fallon Ore, I ran an entire game with that as an inspiration, a regional inspiration. Osmary, we just barely started on. Motherboard has some interesting stuff in it. Oh, Ancient Vappy, what is my wisdom? Well, what do you want to know, Fox Warrior? I'm not that old.
I don't know about that, Rygon.
About what?
You not being old.
I'm almost. I mean, I'm here in a couple of days. I'll be 30. That's about it. I'm not that old.
Yep, you're ancient.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, though.
Ages into dust.
I'm 32, so...
Boom, boom, boom. Ba-dum.
How do I want to actually? How do I want to do this? First, let's expand this out.
To anyone who has the bowls, please return them. Management needs them to cook. Until there are more bowls, I will not cook anything. Thank you.
Can we check
I've
see if
got-
I got any?
I've got several over here myself. I'll bring them back in just a moment.
Remember to place the bowls in the sink.
How much are 30 years in VAP years? Um, 20.
I always kind of imagined evolution would outlive most humans.
Probably.
They get to be old.
I'm doing a big thunk right now. I'm trying to figure out how else I want to start organizing these.
Good question.
I guess each one could at least do with some geographical information and region species, if appropriate.
No, Pakesh. The zombies are not dead. Not all of them. Most of the ones around us right now are. Please don't leave the car running.
I was just gonna walk out of the car.
Well, you gotta do cooking.
Not now. I'm busy leaving. I actually need to head back in. I forgot to cook my bowl of beans.
There. Several more bowls returned.
I could do.
Yeah, there are no.
Yeah, let's start.
There is nothing that's cooked right now.
Yes. There are no bowls, therefore there was no cooking.
I've returned 7 bowls.
I'm going to do cooking in a moment. I see now where all our bowls went.
People kept bringing food over and leaving it in my fridge at the workshop.
Well, and people need to start bringing back the bowls. We are a family, and if the family doesn't cooperate, I'm not gonna cook, and you'll all starve to death when you run out of cereal. All you're learn to cook. In both cases, I win.
Can always go out and get some more bowls. I'm sure there's plenty others out there in Muldrow.
Oh yeah, you can always try to get more bowls. I don't mind if you bring back more bowls, because it just means I get to make more food in one go. So I'll leave as many bowls as I can ready. But
Hey, thank you for the follow, TJ Heartnote. Oh, that's a name I recognize. Hello. We're doing some world building right now, and I'm doing a lot of arrangement on the little side panel here.
Hey, Kobiak, you gonna come join us? Coming back with another bowl.
yep, now we'll have all our 10 bowls.
Rygon,
What's up?
I do get you.
Counters.
But to counter, you must be Duke.
Counters that too.
Seems sus. So New Year's, what are you doing
Counters
right now?
sus.
Just going back to Horse and Corpses again.
Okay.
Quick note.
Hmm.
Somebody placed bleach in the sink. If I accidentally place bleach on the food, I recommend not eating it.
And tell me what to do.
Yeah.
I guess so.
But that's only
Well,
I'm gonna try
okay.
not to.
I
If you
feel
see the
like that's
ingredient,
something you can
stop.
absolutely handle not doing.
It's the
Oh,
very
crap.
first item in the entire list of ingredients to add. I literally almost misclicked it immediately. I went like, oh, I'm gonna move it away actually. Why is it here?
Oh, just got back from Hyrule Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, how is that game? Is it any good?
What does it mean?
I think it's what? Isn't that like the most recent Zelda game?
I got zombies over here. Could use some help, please.
Somebody go help Zen.
I'm a little overload, but I can get over there.
It's worth 60? Alright, I'll have to give it a look. See doodle. I don't think I have the system for it though, so you know, I don't know if I'm willing to buy an entire system just for one game.
There's one more in here. At least I think that's all.
Have a look around. I think, yeah, it looks like that's it.
Well, that is a very loud machine. Everything okay there, New Year's? Hello there, Zabaki. Ryusho, yeah, I've heard that a few people, there have been a few goofs with Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
The game getting leaked early and stuff. Nintendo's not been happy.
I'm sure they'll live. They get the money either way. Go non-features. Non-features. Just getting everything all nice and organized.
Wait, can we put these in?
And if you see a land here that looks interesting to you, let me know.
Let me see something.
Three more. One more. Perfect. You're keeping your switch air gapped until further notice? Hey, that's what you got to do. That is awesome. A Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX game. What do you mean, Balasar? Did they come out with a new one?
No, that's been
just
out
not
for a
aware.
little bit. Oh God, the Pinkerton thing. I still can't believe that Hasbro is just swinging and missing recently. Like, so bad.
What, they trying to intimidate somebody else? And that person didn't take the shit?
Oh, I wish that I had been the one that they showed up with, because I would not have let them in. It's like, come back with a warrant.
Yep.
And if they try, like,
Oh, what's
the first...
that? Well, they like to do their little threats, right? It's like, all right, go ahead, showpiece. What are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
You blow my car? Well, we got recordings right here showing you chuckleheads right here. Like nowadays, I'm pretty sure it's very difficult to go and intimidate somebody on their doorstep.
Yes, Skip Cap?
Look at the ground.
Fried chicken! Thank you. How do we actually light this, scrap wood?
You don't have fire.
Oh, scrap wood. There
Right.
we go.
Not all of these need settlements. There's 1, 2, not that one.
You may not need the settlement,
Oh,
but the settlement
Jesus.
needs your help.
Another settlement requires your help.
I am testing something. Because if we can just burn these corpses on a campfire, I think that probably might be our best option.
Definitely would be more efficient.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Well, I guess we'll leave it there. I put some corpses inside of it. We'll see if they actually burn or not.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, so let's
No,
see
we did not fix the no fire thing, Kojo. We don't want fire spreading randomly throughout towns. So we're just moving the bodies elsewhere.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Tokeme just resubscribed for 36 months. KD5 Sing.
Toshime! Thank you so much for that resub and your 3 years of support. Thank you so much, Toshime.
Aye. And Toshime, thank you for the sub over here as well. Much appreciated. 6 months. Making a post-apocalyptic world is tougher than you thought? Oh yeah. They're tough cookies.
Kojo, please at least join voice. Even if you cannot talk, I would like you on voice to at least listen.
Oh, Somber doesn't have any settlements, I think. Now I'll put in 1 settlement. Makes it more interesting that way.
Okay, it doesn't look like the fire is actually burning them. Let me look it up and see.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Kobiak, thank you so much for that gift sub. Lakesh, enjoy the ad-free experience.
Joke.
Okay, settlements are put in. Unique locations. Meh.
Okay, so according to this article, yes, we can use a campfire to dispose of the corpses.
With our settings, it probably isn't letting us because we just don't have fire at all enabled.
Okay. Dome you? What? Kojo, as long as you take care of yourself, you'll get over the illness.
Yeah, just
Well,
be
unless it's
patient and-
chronic, in which case there's just better days and worse days.
Alright, I'm just gonna put out the fire.
Yeah, twice might be an issue.
What might be a problem? Oh. I still think if you take care of yourself, you'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I didn't die. Mine just bugged out, so I just died. Like I like just one time got eaten, but Zim got over it.
Yeah.
You needed more killing efficiency,
I needed more kill.
more zombs per hour.
Exactly.
Also, Gib Gab, when you do go out, if you find a blah blah. Toolbox, I would appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. We'll keep an eye out.
Like I've heard this
Yeah.
song a few times now. I'm gonna change.
I'm so glad this game does not have like a vegetarian trait because I would kill someone. I'm making two stews basically, like one of them is fully meats and the other's 2/3.
Personally, I don't know how you survive, considering the game itself tends to make you suffer if you don't eat any meat.
Meat, beef, and carbs.
And like survive without eating meats. You just do a lot of
2 more.
you just end up with a lot of berries and stuff. That's kind of how you end up surviving there.
Delightful.
Hey. Jojo, where are those bowls? Remember to return them. Yeah, I mentioned it before, since you weren't here, I'll mention it again. If I don't see a bowl in there while cooking, I am not going to cook. My cooking is entirely dependent on whether or not there are bowls.
Okay, bring this up. And 2 more.
If we find pepper and bread, I can make a meatloaf. Sliced meatloaf is pretty good.
Oh, I love meatloaf.
There we
Dang it,
go.
now I'm more hungry.
So we got land, feature, settlements, unique locations, weather. Is there any other kinds of geographical information that might be important? I could probably put that under weather. Like the unusual flows of time. So I'll be honest, I don't know if that's something I want to touch. Yeah, if you go in this region, you'll age in like 50 years in the blink of an eye. Seems a bit much. I don't want to have to deal with time stuff in between regions too.
Yeah. Time stuff in general is just a nightmare.
Yeah, all the regions flow at the same rate of time. There, done. I would never have to think about it again. Does remind me of a book I read when I was younger, though, about this kid who went into a hole in his basement. And I think his sister was like going to cover for him for like 2 weeks or something like that. Like she was going to cover for him for a while. And he goes into the hole, and as it turns out, that the closer he gets to the problem, because I can't remember what the problem actually was, the more time slowed down, or rather, not slowed down, but sped up. So, like on the outside world, 1 second in, like getting closer to that thing, it'd be like a week on the outside. And he realizes that, after he pretty much solves this issue, time is going to be incredibly different by the time he gets out. So instead of like the 2 weeks he gave himself, he ended up being gone for like years. And finally, he solves the problem. He climbs out of the hole, and his sister, who's now an old lady, kept the house just in case he ever came back. And that was kind of like that bittersweet ending that like his parents had passed a long time ago. He had been pretty much forgotten, and he was still a young kid in an entirely new world. So I always thought that was kind of interesting in how that author approached time and the mysticism of it in alternate worlds, and that there are consequences even to one doing good. But is there any other geographical information I can think of? Like I got
Candy
land
Mountain.
features, settlements, unique locations, and weather.
You need Candy Mountain.
I think those might be broad enough to cover everything I need. What's up?
I said you need Candy Mountain.
Okay. I
don't
could
know.
maybe talk about solar patterns. Oh, yeah, celestial bodies. Maybe I can talk about celestial bodies. Although, could that be covered under weather?
I'd make a differentiation because maybe the celestial bodies they might affect weather and such, but they might also be unique phenomena on their own. So, for instance, you have a region where there are two suns, or one where there's like 5 moons. That can lead to different societal effects. Different worships, different beliefs around those celestial objects, since they tend to dominate a lot of
Okay.
mythologies and regions.
Yeah, we'll put in celestial bodies then.
Alternatively, they might be their own thing. Like, hey, yeah, every like 10 years, there's a giant meteor shower. Take cover.
I guess that's all I
Would
can
you-
do for now.
I need more corn oil. I only got to make a single corn dog. Oh.
I need 9 more.
Also, Kobiak, did you answer about whether you were going to come join? Well, are you? Well, I'm sorry I missed it, but are you? Apparently you sent GipGap a message.
I didn't see. I was paying attention.
Ah.
You need to be allowed into the server. Kobiak needs to be allowed into the server.
Alright, done. So you'll also need to join voice, at the least to listen.
Yep. Don't want to miss a single minute about the bowls.
I'm dedicated
Prism!
I'm dedicated to pacing all of your hunger.
You have a job there, isn't it?
Yes. I can do it. I am more stubborn than well or hungry.
Yeah, that should be all the geographical information now. Now we just touch upon region species if they have actual species within them.
I don't think it will, Kojo. Le Duc.
Well,
Do make sure you all get that Zomboid roll, by the way, up in the roll menu. GipGap, let me know when there's more food that I can come grab.
There's a boatload of food right now.
Ah, excellent.
I've been non-stop making food right now.
Ugh. Alright, guys.
Soup and fish.
I'm gonna need you all to avoid touching the garage doors over here. They seem to break very easily. Just use the
Noticed.
center door. Yoink.
there we go.
Num 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 num. God, I would love some cornbread.
Probably put a
I
region
haven't-
species in for each one.
I haven't had cornbread in forever, but it is so good.
Oh yeah. Pretty easy to make too.
Yeah.
I put the sledgehammer in there so nobody grabs it as a weapon because people think, oh, sledgehammer, good weapon, and then we lose one of the rarest and best tools in the game.
To be fair, it is a good weapon. You just shouldn't
Yeah.
use it for that.
When I will not allow anyone to use that sledgehammer, and if they do, and I found who it is, I'm never cooking for them. I will never forgive them. Like, the thing is, like, even if you break every single axe in the game, you can at least make like the stupid stone hatchets, right? You have an alternative. There is no alternative for the sledgehammer. You break every sledgehammer in the game, you run out of glue in the game, and that's it. There are areas in the game you will never be able to access.
Well,
You're in
glue
serious
can
mode tonight, aren't you?
Gotten.
You're in serious mode tonight, aren't you, Gib Gab?
I am serious about two things. Please put bowls back in the sink and do not use the sledgehammer. Otherwise, I'm gonna right now fuck off and go loot. I should probably help and do bodies, but I don't have the patience for that. I looted like 10 bodies. You know, I did my part.
I'm
Okay.
doing my part.
Just like there is one thing that you know I want you to go get.
I will make
The,
no promises as to whether I can find it or not.
Well, head
But
out
yeah.
a little further.
When I find, I'll bring it back. But what's that you wanted me to bring back? I already forgot. I'm sorry.
The spray can.
All right, almost done with all of the organization. At least to the point that I care to do it too.
Yeah, normally I'm a bit of an organizing maniac in these kinds of games, as I can attest to Pharaoh. Sometimes I don't want to care. Tonight I don't want to care. So I'm going to not.
Fair enough.
In fact, I will not care for this entire playthrough of Zomboid except to organize my kitchen.
I'm not familiar with that, TJ. Again, not familiar. What I'm asking for is context.
Oh yeah, by the way, right on. I finally
What's up?
completed a game of Age of Wonders.
Nice. Did you win?
Yes.
Very nice.
The
What happened?
There's victory conditions. One of the conditions for magic victory, which I didn't, I remember. I told myself I'm not gonna do a magic victory. I'm too lazy. I don't want to like do that. I want to like do stuff, and then I did a magic victory. And all you have to do for it is you have to get really high level tomes. Like you have to get straight up to like level 9 tome. And then you build 3 improvements, 1 per city. So you need a minimum of 3 cities, I think. And then you have to defend them against armies that spawn. Those armies at that point in the game were ranging into like the 1,000, 1,500 power. So yeah, I needed to like basically station my entire army around those 3 places to defend it. I prepared really hard. I built a lot of province improvements, including in ones that didn't cost mana to cast spells in combat, only the combat cast points. Things that jammed, like didn't allow enemies to cast spells in my domain, that kind of thing. And then I did a bunch of peace treaties strategically, so that for at least 10 turns, most civs would be at peace with me. And then you cast the spell and you wait for 15 turns and then you win. If someone takes over one of your things, they interrupt the casting and you gotta do it over again.
Oh, damn.
And
That sounds
everyone
pretty
knows,
tough.
yeah, and everyone knows where they are. I had like it's like half of the world declare war on me instantly because I started like they felt threatened. But I was prepared. I found a really nice spell called Astral Shattering. I target one of your provinces. I destroy the improvement in there, so like I ruin it. I kill the population that was used to like annex that, and I spawn an army of AI. Like I spawn a little marauding AI army.
Yeah.
Each one that got spawned was like 1,000 plus power. Pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
And I could do it like 4 or 5 times per turn. So I just kept doing it to the AI. It got so ridiculous. Like my end game was I could spawn entire armies in the 1,000 plus power range, just like bang instantly. I spawn an army. If I needed reinforcements, I had it immediately. I could also basically wipe out an army every turn without having to battle. I just had to repeatedly cast one spell that got really cheap for me with all the bonuses I stacked. So basically I just turned into a giant defensive powerhouse. Fighting me in my territory was borderline impossible because you just got pelted by spells the instant they walked into it. And when they actually managed to make it to my armies in the combat, they would get pelted by spells. I would basically, like, I remember there was one case where I had one of my scout cavalry get engaged by like an enemy army, and I wiped out the enemy army because I just spawned a bunch of units within the combat itself. So yeah, it was very fun playing with the summoning and the astral and teleportation. I got a lot of use out of it. I also learned I could terraform mountains by accident.
Yes, you can.
I accidentally destroyed my defensive like funneling of mountains. Like I had armies placed in strategic choke points, and I destroyed the mountains by accident. And I went like, oh, whoops. Huh. This is now flat open plain. There are no more choke points. I feel really vulnerable.
You were exposed.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I went on a giant warpath towards the end of the game. If I had a big enough army, I could defend everything at the same time.
I guess
And
that's exactly
also,
what they want.
Pikesh, of course it would be cornbread with butter.
You also marathon F Final Fantasy 1 through 6 Pixel Remasters. Sweet. I don't even know they had Pixel Remasters. That's neat.
They're relatively new.
Uh-oh, Kindle. Looks like the hot tub in jail ain't working.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they are working. They're just over there. Whoops. You caught me? Looks at empty jail cell. Yeah, sure. But you blocked off all the text and everything now. So I'm gonna have to despawn those so we can actually see what we're doing here.
We've got a bunch of bags of concrete and plaster powder.
No. Nom nom nom. But I won't despawn the toast. You got me. You are correct. I will eat the toast. Nom 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 nom. All right. So yeah, to anyone curious, all of these different regions that you see here, they're all eventually going to be placed into a book, probably. There may be one or two that we decide aren't viable, and we don't include them or we delete them. But overall, I feel like most of these are going to end up in a book of some sort, and it'll be a world-setting book that then everybody can enjoy. Well, I'm planning to at least have 5 in the first one, and then we'll kind of see what happens from there. They'll be probably released in like tomes, and each tome will just simply show more lands and regions that people can enjoy.
Kobiak, we are in Muldrug, or whatever it's called. Let me show you the map here on stream. We are over here. The far reaches, north side, I suppose, would be the best way to put it.
So now we got to do sentient species. Where's that sapient? I don't care.
One of them.
Oh, I said
One of them,
sentience.
too. I can probably go out and try that at some point, Gojo.
I just made like the world's most undepressing salad. Minus 41 on happiness. You depressed to eat a salad?
Must be one of those salads that makes you laugh, like they do in all those picture photos.
Alright, Zim. I know you hate eating, so I'm gonna give you the gift.
The gift of gab?
No. That is no gift.
The gift
It's
of
a
never
curse.
needing to eat again.
So basically the way it works is you just eat a quarter of it every time you eat.
Okay. Well, I'm over in my workshop.
I'm gonna put one on the ground. One of them is
Or more.
It has a lot of hunger reduction.
Who's driving off?
They're parking.
Nobody
out
is getting here.
there. Yeah.
Ah. Well, thank you, Gibby Gab.
Gojo, if you want a washer, we need to connect it to an irrigation using barrels. We break the water lines whenever we loot washers.
Well, you can't detach them first?
No.
Seems silly.
Yep. But what can you do?
All the things.
You know, there is a nice parking lot right next to this. Why are you guys parking in front of this place?
I
Pretty
did park in the parking lot.
I'm pretty sure they've been parked there, like, since we first looted the vehicles.
I don't need to put any sentience on. Not yet. So, all right, organization is done for the moment.
Nice.
Right. Yeah, there'll be a lot to work on as we go, though.
If you're needing to eat like a really large amount of food, Koja, I might actually recommend saving in a journal and just like getting yourself killed. Because for me, it was bugged earlier. I had to like continue eating way too much, and I wasn't healing. So I just wrote everything in the journal and went down
Hello there, Miri.
and put my stuff away. If you think that's happening to you, then yeah, do that. If it's healing, then you're golden. Just keep eating. Yeah, it's gonna creep up and it's gonna get to a certain amount and then you're gonna be good.
This is a lot of crates.
I mean, Ryusho, you don't have to join. The way you're wording this sounds like you don't want to join. I'm just saying you don't have to. If you want to, go for it.
Octi. That could be the next thing we work on.
Your queasiness is gonna go up because you're gonna get increasingly sick until you just like heal. You're going to get more and more sick. That is what the mod does.
You have a fuzzy plush happy? I'm like, what kind of happy? Like what, a smiling emote?
I don't know. You just know you're gonna get sick until you stop being sick.
Oh, Vappy. Oh, okay. Yes, plush Vappy. That is best one right there.
Good Vappy.
Give me.
We have so much freaking paint.
Her name is Slappy. Oh, okay. Anyway, be right back.
Hi, Ryusho. Do I have you on Steam? Because I need to actually add you to the, Okay, I do. There you go. You're good to join.
Hey, Zoom,
Chris,
can you give me the general area of a tailoring chest if you have any?
I don't actually have one yet, but I was going to make one of these middle ones. Let's go
Well, pick
with this second column here. Start at the bottom and work up.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. The main base is over at the restaurant, but well, I've just kind of started taking this place over. And there's already a bunch of storage options here, so I figured why not store things.
Remember, just entered and left the door open. I expect you to close the door. Close it this time. But remember to close doors, please, especially the back door. You don't have a giant wall yet.
Are you looking for something in particular, Kobiak?
I have a sponge and some bleach, so I'm trying to find where it is.
Over right next to where I'm at, there's one of these columns is for basically miscellaneous stuff.
That's incredible. I'm forcing open big locked garage doors with a crowbar.
Well, it's up to you, Ryusho. No pressure either way.
Joe, you're going to continue getting sicker until you reach your limit. You're not gonna die. Nobody has died yet from the sickness. The only issue was that I didn't heal, but you're going to continue getting more and more sick. If you just wanna, like, go get rid of it, then just save your stats and your equipment and, like, get eaten.
Yeah.
You're not gonna die from this.
Otherwise, please drop it. It's kind of getting a bit annoying now. If you do keep going on about it. Because I guarantee you, you're fine.
No, you're fine. Oh well.
You're also fine.
$50. There we go. Really? I did all that for nothing. Just stash your backpack as well.
Does anybody have extra scissors so I can start cutting up jeans and stuff? Because I don't have them currently.
If you look in the pile,
Um,
there might be some scissors.
Joke.
was
I
that you,
haven't found any
Kojo?
yet.
No, that's Kobiak. Or who said that?
It was me. Kobe.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, saying it's me does not help.
I know, that's why I clarified.
It only works when you have a distinctive voice.
My voice isn't distinct. Wow.
No,
I
not
just
to my eye, not to my ears. I was just saying not to my eyes.
Sad.
I promise
just
I'm alright.
okay, I guess Chrysovos has scissors for you.
Okay.
But yeah, I just never talked to you enough to actually know your voice. At least like on an immediate basis. I know Zims and Rivens, but I sometimes confuse Chrysalis with like Fetch, even though they have very different voices.
Hello there, Midnight Sunny. I'm gonna be back in a minute or so. I'm gonna go throw some food in.
The backpack might be bugged, Kojo. And if not, then yeah, might be the space. But I remember reading like a couple of backpacks were a little bugged. Or they could be a little bugged. Ha. Welcome back, Jaffer.
Welcome back, Jaffer. How'd it go? That is very fair, Jaffer. We're here for you. Don't forget that. You know, you guys can still talk even though I'm stepped away.
We can.
Focus.
What are you focused
Because-
on?
Focus.
Zomboid. I'm going on a murder spree.
Have fun on your murder spree.
I have killed 30 zombies since I left.
And I had an interesting bug where I had to disconnect
Joke.
because it wouldn't let me drop a corpse.
Oof.
Can we start fires in this, or are they disabled? Because I'm putting them all in a pile here.
Disabled.
Okay, well, we have a giant pile of bodies on center base.
Ooh. I found a beautiful one. I found a magazine for to fortify the bus. I am happy.
Nice.
Really? Oh.
Then I need a shovel to bury them, I guess.
The baguette is rotten. Oh.
And the lobby of which building? The other one? Okay.
You know, just from doing this corpse hauling and recycling of all the clothing on the corpses, I've gotten tailing to 3.
Dang.
Yeah. It's very good for tailoring because you just rip all their stuff up.
I'm supposed to be the forager, and my tailings hide in my foraging.
Hey, Chris, I was on here. Can I get the scissors, please?
Joke.
How are they on this guy right here?
Hello, whore. How you'll do it, my friendos? It's crowbar o'clock.
Thank you. And where's the shovel on here too?
Oh, yay, my fatigue went away. I'm just quickly finishing up. Sorry I'm taking so long, everybody, but we'll be back at it shortly. Oop. Actually, for that. Ah, that's how I do it. Okay. Thank you for the head pats.
Okay, that got hairy for a moment. You can actually make gunpowder with bird poop.
It's really cold and foraging at the moment.
It's what? Or like what is?
Bird excrement.
Oh. Protector softs, it's mostly saltpeter can be extracted from guano. And then if you mix that with sulfur, that gives you gunpowder basically.
Yeah. They used to do a lot with bats, caves as well. Sort of thing. So you used to collect a lot of that guano from caves because, you know, bats.
There's like entire little tiny islands in the Pacific that technically don't
Yeah.
matter for anything except for the fact they have guano. And that alone makes them like important to a lot of countries.
Especially since it's used in fertilizer these days.
Yep. Which a lot of countries really, really want.
Very true. And even in the 18th century, they were mining those little islands for it. You have wooden ships going out with it everywhere across the world.
Very good.
I do wonder if it could be. Actually, I can check that, right? Yes.
We do have craft helper.
Pretty useful.
Alright, I've returned. Sorry about that, everybody.
Welcome back.
Back to the thrilling gameplay of sorting.
Have you ever played a game called Backpack Heroes?
I have not, but it's one that I'd be interested in trying sometime.
It is.
I don't think
It's
I own
sorting
it yet.
simulator, but 2.
Chick-fil-A normally wants Friday and Saturday, so it would be hard to keep the job at Chick-fil-A while...
It's a decent little game.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
I've been meaning to get back to that one too. Oop. No. Don't do that. I almost tore my own clothes apart.
Hi, gone.
No, he got, so he accidentally found the gap.
I don't like that this says dead body food perishable.
Hmm.
I really don't like that.
I mean, are they wrong?
Yeah,
Dead bodies are perishable.
they're not food though.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem here. Yeah.
Okay.
It should have been behind her.
I forgot that I needed to stir my food together and stuff.
It's a smaller thing, but she was like, it's nothing too flashy. Can you use it right now? I love it. I was told she sent you a howler. You can rate howlers. I mean, that joke saying should have just been
Hey, please don't come through the garage door.
and laughter
It was open. I closed it.
Well, I say that because they break.
It's Harry Potter. You love it. Why?
And don't go out the other doors aside from the one in the middle with the between the two garage doors.
I haven't been sitting comfortably. I've been sitting in chairs that are comfortable.
Where did Rygon go?
Create memories out of certain things and use them to restore.
I guess we shall never know. Whoa, that's a big horde.
Where?
But that means you can
Not far away, don't worry.
and then there's another
I don't know exactly where, I just know that it's not close to us.
if
Oh, we're
you
fine.
turn around,
Okay.
go around.
He just like suddenly came strolling over a fence.
The other side, like it also pierces. So your
Not that it's much of an
base
issue.
party members
It's very good for me, because it piles them all very nicely.
and then like a pierce, but the pierces act differently here.
Okay.
Maybe, the other game I got, Dragon Quest Treasures. Yep, Dragon Quest Treasures is cute. Chocobo Mystery.
Okay, I'm back.
There's the Rygon.
Chocobo, but
Watch out.
Oh, I just noticed you were gone for a bit and was like, where'd you go?
Yeah, just had to step away.
Ah, you had to go yell at Dip Gap. I understand.
Or what?
There is a trickable DLC
No.
you get, and I think
For
that
GP.
Had to take a phone call.
But like,
Oh.
by what I mean is there's a multiplayer version, which I don't know if that's just random dungeons or if you can do the story, and then there's a two-player version.
Alright.
One player is the ally, and
Maybe I
Getting
might go
lots
get
of-
some ice cream.
then I got the
Oh.
Plus remastered.
That's okay, I
Yeah,
got chili
that sounds
cheese.
pretty good.
But this game
I
is
got
on
chili
the
mac.
child,
Oh, okay.
Being ambushed by 18 zombies is not fun.
I can imagine.
Thankfully, I have fences and they don't.
I'm sure there's a couple of fencers in amongst the zombie population.
Hmm. $21. Alright, is there anyone left in this horde? Goodness. We go to the backyard, and I'm gonna rest in this house. $23.
Meh. I'm tired.
But you have the world building to do.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I got a lot of organization done, but I haven't actually, like, written anything. Meh. My camera seems to be bugging out.
You can do it. I believes in you.
Calibrate. Calibrate. Meh. There we go. Yeah, I'm just not sure what to write now.
What about develop the Earth main town more?
That's something I'll need to bounce off of people. That, and I want to develop their map before I really start putting focus on their settlements. Which means I gotta drag out the map making software and actually start learning the damn thing.
Well, why not do that now?
Have you seen the manuals for them?
For the map making software?
Yeah, it's several hundred pages manuals.
Woohoo.
What map making software are you using?
Campaign Cartographer 3+.
Oh.
A powerful tool, but a complicated one. Not something that I can just pick up and just do.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is anyone at home that can tell me whether this list of books I have is something I already have? I can type that out and someone can tell me, but...
I am right next to the bookcase.
Alright, I'll type it on, you can tell me if we have...
Yeah, Carpentry 4, let's see. No, it's not in here.
Well, I mean, if you... I thought they were gonna keep speaking of that. Cooking 5?
Sorry?
Cooking 5?
Cooking 5, looking in here. In the bookcase, doesn't seem to be any in here for some reason. Let me
Any
check.
books?
No, I meant any cooking books.
Oh. I mean, there might just not be.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any cooking books at all.
Farming 1?
Sorry.
Farming 1.
Farming 1. Yes, there's 3 copies in here.
Farming 2.
No more farming books other than Farming 1.
First aid 1.
Yep, we got 2 of them.
Guns 2.
Guns 2. Yeah, there's 1.
Hunting 1.
No, we don't have hunting 1. We have hunting 2, though.
Masonry 2.
Doesn't seem to be a masonry book in here.
Metalwork 1 through 5. 1 and 5.
We have 1. We don't have 5.
Stealth 4 and 5.
We have 5. We don't have 4.
Tailoring 1 and 5.
We have tailing 1, but we don't have 5.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I think in the end, it's probably best to keep at least 2 copies of a book since we've got so many people.
I'll just
Yes.
bring back only if we don't have, because I have limited weight carrier.
Yep. We can always pick them up later anyway, if we want to.
Mm-hmm.
I think though we need to make make a actual bookcase, like keep all the books. No, not just the one there, but some nearby as well. I make it like a little library.
Mm-hmm.
Because that one is full, and there are books on the floor as well. Which I haven't noticed.
I'll go see if I can. In fact, here in just a moment, I will.
Excellent.
Here in just a moment, I'll be done with this, and you and I can go see if we can pick up a bookshelf from somewhere.
You can also make a bookshelf if someone has enough carpentry.
What does
Yes.
dash dash mean? I don't know what you mean. Time frame.
I would check that.
Oh, slash. Kind of all depends on the context.
If you're looking for an answer to a general question, then you might just want to Google it. You've seen it used in titles? I don't know. Probably it's a separator. I mean, kind of like Zim said, it's all depends on context.
If you've seen it used a lot in titles, it's probably just a random separator.
Hmm. I want to see something.
Duke.
Who are you?
Rykon friend shape.
Meh.
There is probably something I could take from Ember. Or from, what is that? Humblewood, so I think is what it's called. Not Humblewood. They utilize fire animals. I might be able to take inspiration from them for Ember, the Devouring Land. I'm just looking at all this and I'm like, man, there's gonna be a lot of freaking money to buy art for.
Yeah.
That's probably gonna be like 90% of where my my expenses are gonna be. It's just buying art.
Well, you got if you're wanting to make a book out of it, you definitely gotta have that art.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if I could get a business loan. But I'll do that after I get my house.
Yeah.
Commissioning art off the furry fandom? Well, maybe. I just want a professional artists, or like either professional artist or artists who are able to maintain consistent artwork throughout the book. Like at most, I want to just work with maybe around 2 to 4 artists who, I mean, their styles can differ, but at the very least, that won't throw people off too much if I only stick around 4. If I do more than that, then the differences of art styles will probably really throw people off. I remember reading one book. It was like some furry RPG. I forget the title. It was like Iron something or whatever. And the base book for it had a shit ton of different artistic styles in it, and it really threw me for a loop when I was going through it. I'd rather work with, like I said, 1 to 4 artists who are able to maintain consistency. Preferably, I'd only want to work with 2 to 3, though. 4 seems a bit much. What was the book about? What book? You mean the furry RPG? It was an RPG book.
Kenku is saying Ironclaw?
Yeah, that was it, Ironclaw. The base book for Ironclaw had a ton of different artistic styles in it, which didn't really mesh super well together, and it, like I said, it just really threw me for a loop reading through it. Oh, thank you for the sub, Kenku. You've been subscribed for 2 months? Thank you so much for your support. I've already got one artist in mind. They were one of the artists that did Humblewood. They did some really good work, and in fact, I'll see if I can't show you all. I'm sure they're going to be expensive as heck, but honestly, it seems like one of those things that would be worth it. Let me see if I can find them.
I will say, if you like, every now and then, if you need it, Mary does a really good job of being able to mimic other styles.
Oh, sure. What I need, though, is I need an artist I can be more consistent with. Mary, I know, is always super busy working with you, and I need to have artists I can just be like, okay, I can be guaranteed this, like, so much art every month or something like that. And I need to be able to work with them personally as well, because there are a lot of little details that I don't want to be missed in the artwork, because especially if I'm going to be paying probably several $100s just for a single piece. But I do appreciate the offer with Mary, and I could definitely have her maybe do some smaller stuff that wouldn't
that
be
was
as essential.
That's what I was meaning, is she could do some of the more minor things for you.
Okay. Where is this artist?
So, Gibgap.
Hmm?
How do I paint?
I don't know for normal Zomboid paint. Good question.
Where is it?
I'd love to help you out more, but I'm in the middle of running around at night.
Where the heck are they? I'm gonna have to look at my history, aren't I? Ugh. Ah, here they are. So this is one artist I've been looking at a little bit. Christina Kraus. Sorry for the flashbang, everyone. These are some of the illustrations that they have done. They work well with background. They work well with posing. They've done furries. They've done not furries. They got decent lighting to them. They've got good poses. I already have said that. They've done item work. They've done furries in all sorts of different stages. So they've got good work behind them. And they would probably be familiar with world building, like furry world building. So it wouldn't be too much of an extra step to say like, hey, I got refuge. There's going to be furry and humanoids present within it. Can you work with me on it? The only issue, obviously, is just pricing. Who knows what their prices are? But I expect since they've delivered, you know, stuff for what do you call it? For Magic the Gathering and whatnot, they're probably fairly familiar with commercialization. So more than likely, if I ask for an illustration, we'll have to also discuss a commercial license for it, which always jumps the price up. Sometimes 50 by like 50% or more. So in other words, if I buy a $100 illustration, which you already know it's not just going to be $100, it could be about $150 to $200 or more for the commercial license aspect of it. Yeah, toss me a link to her stuff, Toshime. I'm looking for consistent conceptual artists who have done furry work, who are good with clothing in environments. I'm also looking for them to be decent in price range, mostly because I can't afford to spend like $1,000 a picture. That's just infeasible. So like I'm willing to spend maybe like $300 to $500, but not more than that. And that's only for like the bigger stuff. For if I'm asking for like small like items or single character pictures, then you know I expect maybe about 100, 150. You have had done by Fearless Randomness before. You think she's pretty good? Again, feel free to toss me a link. They just have to be able to meet the minimum that I require. I've got one artist on board who's willing to work with me on projects. They've got a good style behind them. In fact, I'll go ahead and I'll show you their work.
You talking about Pixie?
No.
No?
Pixie's
You didn't go with-
nice. No, I am kind of going with Pixie, but I want to see what she does first with the concept before I fully bring her on board.
Ah.
And she has yet to finish that concept. So this is a picture that I've had done before by an artist. You can obviously tell it's good stuff. They've got some decent lighting. They've got good poses. They got a unique art style. It's got to be able to meet at least this standard right here before I'm willing to accept the individual as a conceptual artist. I'm not saying they have to be perfect with everything, but there has to be enough there to get points across because we're talking about a world setting book. If people aren't able to get the idea of what the world setting is from the pictures, then I might as well just be throwing my money into a fire. So we can't really look at like super extreme styles. They have to be decent with clothing, and they have to be able to work with species that aren't just furries or aren't just humanoids. Yeah, you can drop her channel here, Jaffer. But I'd like to have a link to her work, not just her stream, if you could, please. And I think I've worked with Fearless Randomness before, potentially.
If you want a lot of Jaffer's stickers and stuff, like his Discord Reactive right now was done by Felis.
Oh, yeah, it's that Fearless. All right, let's see. All right, I'll take a look at that stuff a little bit later. Or actually, maybe I'll just turn off the screen capture while I look. Because just in case.
Hey, New Year's?
Yeah?
I'm stealing one of your tails.
Not my tails, you can't steal them, they're my tails.
Too late. Mine now.
Can't have my tails. What would be without them?
You should have taken better care of them.
So Moku has a decent style here.
If you want to steal my tails, I guess I'll steal yours.
Right. So Moku has a decent style here, but I'm not really seeing anything in terms of environments or outfit work. Like their environments are relatively basic, like, you know, bedding here, blank wall there sort of stuff. They got good posing. And it looks like they've worked with a variety of species. So that's a plus.
There we go. The balance has been restored.
What did you do?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yep. Okay, so that is the Feela's randomness that I know of. Feela's has good stuff, but I'm afraid their style is probably a bit too cartoony for me. I'm looking for something a little bit more realistic. I mean, that's not to say that they can't do the work, but I'd have to see at least one or two of their more conceptual, like, you know, full environment stuff. You can definitely tell that they've got a clean style, though, which is always a plus. But something tells me they're prices are probably a little bit high since they're so established. Which in and of itself isn't an issue, it's just... meh. About 100 to 150 in your experience? Is that including commercialization, though? Yeah. The artist I'm currently willing to work with has accepted that her piece or their pieces, I don't know if it's a he or she, I think it's a she. They understand that their pieces are going to be used on in commercial products and they're okay with that. I'll probably be sending them a contract later just to get that in writing, get that confirmed before I like fully start dedicating my work with them. So I'll have to figure out how to actually write a contract for one of these things, or at the very least find a template I can use. I don't know. I don't want to hire a lawyer for this shit. Actually, I've got an aunt who's a lawyer, and she's done contract work. Maybe I can ask her for help.
Alright, anybody want to come cover me while I go work on some cars?
I am still working on burying all these corpses, but I can stop that if you want.
Oh, no. You keep going with that. This is more for those that may not be doing anything.
PNG tuber. No, I should do a PNG tuber at some point, I think. They seem kind of fun. Little sketches, color sketches, $22 per sticker. Luffs, minis, tinies. Where's your full product stuff?
Kojo?
You have no idea how much it made me smile seeing I hate you with a heart.
Kojo, where were you?
Over
Okay.
by New Year's.
There we go. Flat drawings, shaded drawings. $110 per additional character. Oof. That's always steep. Like, I wonder if there's any artists out there who'd be willing to give me like some bulk deals. Like, hey, I need a crowd scene for this. Would you be willing to, instead of me paying $100 per, we just like do 25 or something like that? You know, just do that for each character. Since I'm just getting so many, and the art piece will probably be so super expensive at the end anyway.
It's worth a shot to ask them.
Yeah.
Skip Cap?
Hey, Arsadeu.
Could I request you try to find another one of those fluid trailers, or even better, one suited for gasoline?
You're in luck because I found one with gasoline. I'm gonna bring it back once I come back. I just found a car because I was looking around for one and I found the keys. I'm gonna head over to the police station. I'm gonna grab the fluid and then I'm gonna head back.
Hey,
I'll
Chris,
stop by, I
can
guess.
you do me a favor?
I'll make them show up.
Who do what?
I can't touch this corpse for some reason, so I want to see if somebody else can. It's right here by the house.
Does it have to be foggy when I go out driving? Street.
All the better for the zombies to get close to you.
Scott Durg? Think I've heard of Scott Durg.
Scott does not have a style, I think, is what you're looking for. I'm very familiar with their style.
Yeah. Well, I need somebody who's willing to do concept work. It's not enough just to be a good artist. You have to be able to do concept work. That includes environments, clothing, unique species, unique poses, good lighting, good colors. Like, I'm not saying you have to be perfect. Like, obviously, the piece I'm showing here isn't exactly like, you know, the super top best, blah, 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 blah. It's great work, don't get me wrong, and that's all it needs to be. It just needs to be a conceptual piece that gets the point across for what I'm trying to convey. And it has to be at a minimum of quality for that. So, like, you know, in this piece, we see unique outfit, we see environment, we've got good lighting, we see weapon stylization, we see a decent pose, and they've been able to utilize the species reference I gave them, and they were able to accurately replicate it. They have a relatively decent style, though, which you can see it mostly in the sinking of the jawline, or the muzzle underneath the eyes. That's a very unique style to this particular artist. But other than that, like, they're fine. They're good. No, if I have to go through Patreon to get art from an artist, then I can't do that. I need artists that I can more readily access, whether it be through email or FA notes or Discord or Telegram or something like that. They need to be accessible. And the reason for that is actually pretty simple. When I'm asking for conceptual art, there are going to be a ton, and I do mean a ton, of little details that have to be managed and replicated in order to get an accurate portrayal and presentation of what is trying to be conveyed. Like the Hirith here, the medallion was actually missing in the initial sketch, and had the artist not been able to communicate with me on that, then we would have missed that very essential piece for what is otherwise supposed to be a relatively good representation of the species. Like, medallions are something that is very important to Hirith, so I definitely wanted to display that. And I can't do that if the artist renders themselves inaccessible, or they're not willing to send in whips or sketches or whatnot. Yeah, I think Scott does that that other PMD campaign thing.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. That Hirith only has one medallion. Yep. They don't need to have a bunch. They can just have one.
You could just have one very meaningful medallion.
Yeah. What's important is that they have the medallion at all, not how many they have. I mean, because some of them might have such a storied family history that if they were to actually wear those medallions, it would be like those North Korean generals or other dictatorships where they've literally got generals with lines and lines and lines and lines of medals pinned to their suits, to the point where, you know, if you hold a magnet up to them, they'd probably get stuck. Well, it's not to say he doesn't own more medallions, time frame. It's just in this picture he's only choosing to wear one. Or at the very least, to show one would probably be the better thing to say. But that is all besides the point. We're kind of talking a little bit about something else. So yeah, if any of you have any artist recommendations, they have to at least meet this minimum level of artistship in order for me to consider them. Yeah, because trust me, this is not going to be an inexpensive project. I fully am prepared for each picture to cost around $200 to $500 each. which probably means that at some point I'll have to like host a Patreon or get a Kickstarter or something going just to pay for the artistships or the artistic representations. Because I can do all the writing and everything else myself. It's literally just the art that I'm stifled on. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely an artist that I'm thinking of, this Christina Kraus. She'll probably be expensive as heck. So I'll probably save her for like those really, really, really nice scenes that I need. Like, you know, a representation of a Harith village and them going, you know, all about their business. Similar to like this kind of picture, for example. Like a picture like this, I fully expect it'll probably cost about $1,500 easy.
Oh, hey there, Vox. Good to see you.
Ew.
$200 to $500, that artist is going to be having a field day. Well, that's because I want quality work. I'm not going to pay, you know, $25 and expect I'm going to get quality work. I'm lucky enough that I've got a good enough job that I can afford some of that, and still save up a little bit to get my own house at some point. So that's what I'm doing.
And also worth noting.
Although, what's up?
It's also worth noting, just because I see the lucky comment. Yeah, they can learn like the field day comment. Yeah, they're gonna get a good payoff, but that's a lot of hard work. It ain't easy.
Oh yeah.
Hello
Yeah,
there,
that's
Demon
true.
Fox. Welcome in.
Doing art is not just drawing the circle. I can't draw a circle straight if my life depended on it. Or like a good circle.
Yeah,
In the square hole.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want you all to be able to count out these categories here. And I want you all to consider at minimum what each region will probably require. Like just the way I have it set up right now, I would require for each species or each region to have around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
Demon
19
Fox.
pictures minimum.
Demon Fox, I am doing well. How are you?
So yeah, 19 pictures minimum. And I already can tell you that that's not going to be the minimum. The first book is going to have 5, at the very least 5 regions that we're going to be taking a look at. So let's say calculator. 5 times 19. We already know 19 is a bare minimum number. It's going to be much higher than that. And we're looking at 95 pictures right there. Let's assume each picture is about $150. And we're looking at a cost of about $14,000. Now, of course, there are some sections that aren't going to have pictures. They're just going to be text, or maybe they'll have like 1 or 2 little minor little details here and there. And some pictures are going to be more expensive. Some pictures are going to be less expensive. Go ahead.
Kobiak, yes, I'm doing so right now I am planning to do electronics, metalworking, and mechanics. Mostly because all 3 of those kind of go together. If somebody else wants to pick up electronics and such, okay, go for it. Those are just what I'm planning to focus on. Mechanics, we probably don't need more than 1.
Right. He's in.
Oh, yes, I would love to deconstruct those watches. Yes, KipCap?
Actually, no, never mind, because you're gonna be heading here. If someone can bring a car to the gas station And take the car that I'm fueling up. I'd appreciate it. I just want a car with an empty truck to continue, with an empty trunk to continue looting. This
Why am I
car I'm
heading
filling.
there?
You're not. No, you're not gonna be heading here. You're probably gonna be just
Ah.
looting around for cars. So that's why I'm asking if anyone else
Yeah.
is free. If you can just drive any car with an empty trunk to the gas station, I'd appreciate it. I'm continuing a big looting run, but aside from refueling this with gas, it's gonna basically be full. And I don't want to head back already. I want to prolong
Kojo,
this.
put those things in my workshop, please. Just on the floor. Kobiak, why don't you go and help give Gab with that?
Buddy, I found you a trailer. It will have set 375 gasoline, which can
Excellent.
probably fill up all our cars and still have spare.
But yeah. So yeah. $14,000 is a minimum that we're probably looking at for this project. And I fully expect it's going to probably be more than that because we're going to be looking at things like editing. We'll probably have to figure out how to actually format a book. That's not even considering a publisher. So yeah. Now that's pretty cool, Sans. It's good to see that you've been here for about 7 months. But yeah. So what we'll probably end up doing here soonish is we're going to decide which of the 5 lands are going to be our, what do you call it? Our flagship lands, the ones that are going to best represent what the first tome is going to be. And then we'll put a lot of our efforts towards completing those 5 lands and getting them done and out the door. Oh, I can totally understand time frame. Just know, time frame, I'm probably not going to be able to talk about your character very much because I'm kind of doing my own thing right now. But yeah. So, looking for concept artists. For that kind of scratch, yeah, I need a good, at the very least, a good minimum level of artistry for me to consider them. I'm not just going to pick up anybody just because they've done art for a while or because they, have a clean style or something like that. They've got to be able to meet some minimums that I need. And honestly, at some point, I'll probably have to open up a business for this.
That'll be fun. You'll have to deal with taxes and business taxes.
Well, that's something that I can potentially just hire somebody to help me do. But more than likely, what we'll end up doing is a Kickstarter. That'll probably be the easiest way to get this done. Like if I can show good enough of the writing and I can show a few flag pieces of artwork to show off to everybody and say like, hey, this is a legitimate thing, then I might be able to raise the rest of the cash instead of me having to pay for it all myself over the course of the next 3 years. And who knows? Maybe I can even work with a publisher and actually get it fully published for people to enjoy as a physical copy. But I do fear, because it's not going to be a typical D&D or RPG book with numbers attached to it, that people are going to be less likely to want to invest into it because it's like, well, how do I integrate it into my games? And it's like, that's not the point. The point is for it to be an inspiration, not for it to be something you integrate into D&D. It's meant to help develop stories, music, movies, etc., etc., etc. Then I don't know squat about actual D&D like stat building, so I'm not even going to bother. Yeah, I don't want to go up against Wizards of the Coast anyway, yeah. I fully expect that if something like this gets popular enough, it'll probably end up where I'm just going to get bought out, and it'll be integrated into like Wizards of the Coast's material or something like that, and never to see the light of day again. But obviously that's not my goal. My goal isn't to go and get bought out or anything like that. My goal is to create a legacy that people can enjoy after I'm gone. And this is the legacy that I've chosen.
Done, Brian.
I will drag a pest like you out of the air.
I'm out of chili mac.
Meh.
Bring me more.
That meat does not look healthy.
So I encourage anyone, if you have questions, go ahead and ask some questions. I'd be more than happy to answer them. And that's great time frame. Again, though, we're kind of talking about something else. I can't concentrate on your character. I appreciate you wanting to share them, but I need the conversation to be a little bit more focused, if that's okay. How did I become an Umbreon? Oh, geez. And you know, like that. Kindle, that's no more on topic, but I'll answer that question. Oh, geez, where do I even start? I'll go with this route. Back in the day, I used to have a different, a different call sign or online internet name, whatever you call it, and it was I Give Up OT7. And unfortunately, there was meaning behind it. It was I Give Up Overtime 7 because my dad, he really liked the phrase overtime, and 7 was the family's lucky number. At least it was for my father. So I'm like, okay, I'll just do I Give Up because I think that's kind of silly and people might like that. And the OT7 at the end will be just kind of like a callback to my family. Well, turns out if you actually spell it out, it looks like the phrase I give you pot 7. So I had a bunch of people once upon a time ask me like, hey, can you meet me behind Walmart, and just generally being creepy and shit. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to make a new username. At the time, I was exploring the furry fandom. I was getting a little bit more involved with Pokemon, although I had to keep that hidden a little bit. Because my family, they didn't really like Pokemon like at all. Like my parents, for some reason, thought it was like the devil's tools or whatever. But I really enjoyed the evolutions, and the one that wasn't not necessarily my favorite, but the one that I felt I identified most with as a child was Umbreon. I was very quiet. I kept to myself. Not necessarily in a mysterious kind of way, but definitely like hey, you know, I'm doing my own thing. Umbreon was intelligent, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, I felt like it was most applicable to me. I wanted a persona at the time that wasn't just your typical fox or dog or cat or anything like that. So I'm like, oh, well, you know, I bet not too many people have chosen a Pokemon Sona, so I'll be kind of unique if I do that. And that was also the time that I had been inspired by the PCA as well, and their characters. So it's just like a lot of things kind of culminated together, and I eventually chose the username Umbreon07, and I made Umbreon my persona. And I was that Umbreon, and I still am to an extent, for over a decade before I finally started expanding out and exploring the other evolutions and other sonas in general, or other forms in general. But the one thing that ties them all together is the name Rygon, since that is my chosen online moniker, which is a name I made up myself because it slid off the tongue well and it was unique. You're worried that my IP won't take off, like what happened with Richard Notchlight? Well, that's a risk you have to take. If it doesn't take off, that's fine. I still shared what I'm going to share with the world, and that'll be that. That's all I care about, creating that legacy and getting it out there. Whether or not it takes off isn't really my concern after the fact.
Squishes skip cap.
Huh. They've been squished.
Squish his moth.
No. I guess it's how we get moth dust everywhere.
Oh
Actually, there's
no, we're gonna have moth TF. What the horror.
Oh no, everyone TFs it to moths. Enjoy your extra set of arms.
Well, vacuums up your wings.
Uh,
No more mouth dust.
It could be worse.
There you go. You're all clean now. No more mouth dust.
Also, where's that magazine for blah 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 blah, for barricading or fortifying the bus? Because I would love to get that.
The car Kobiak brought back, either in that trunk or in the trunk of the fluid container. It has a bunch of magazines for cars. I'm pretty sure it has the bus one, and it should also have one for fuel tanks and solar panels.
Well, that's kind of interesting, Kindle.
And Ryan, so question here. When it comes to the... Because you wanted to be an inspiration. I'm kind of curious, do you have any particular themes or general story ideas in mind that you would want people to, like, make with Refuge?
No. I just want it to be a general inspiration that people can use for all sorts of things, whether it's crafting their own worlds, crafting their own stories with what is already there, or simply just creating characters that they have fun with for a little bit before they grow up and move on to other things.
My serious to that answer is that is incredibly wholesome and I approve of it. My playful answer is I'm disappointed you didn't say TF.
Oh, sure. I'm sure TF is going to be a part of it. I mean, it's a part of me after all. But that won't be the main focus.
That is fair. Oh, this is a lot of zombies. That is a lot of zombies. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it was a ton. Yeah, be careful.
I'm fine. I am a pro driver about to run into another horde. Why are there so many around the police? There's not even the police station. It's a school. And children.
I want to go loot the police station.
Me too. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, how do I engage this board? I know how to do it.
Yeah, any other questions anyone would like to ask, since you kind of all got me in the mood for that right now? Well, that's interesting, Kindle. Anyway, I'm going to go get some ice cream while I wait to see if anyone's got any other questions. You can ask anything. You can ask anything about the worlds you see here. Here, I'll even close and open the region. So if anyone has any questions on any of the regions here that you see, feel free to say something, and I'll do a short description of them. Or you can talk about the business side of things, or you can talk about the artistry, or whatever you wish.
Hello there, Jits.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Sadabda raided my stream with 28 viewers.
Seda! Hello, Seda.
Sadas.
The Seda potato. The Seda friend. Yes, would you like a random clip from your channel brought up, or would you like a regular, shout out? Alright, let's see that clip.
Hey, I'm warning you. I am warning you. I am a professional nut eater. I can do this all day.
Well, yeah, I suppose you do like your nuts there, don't you, Seda?
What? Aaron, your icons are all really small. Let me make you all a little bit bigger.
There's a lot of us in here.
Apparently.
Well,
And here I
welcome
am taking
on.
over the conversation.
Yeah, it's okay. Welcome on in, everybody. I am Raw Zim. We do all sorts of things here. Right now, we are doing some Project Zomboid. Having a good time with this with friends. And otherwise, I play a large variety of other games. Earlier today, we did some Sea of Thieves. Recently, there's been a lot of tabletop, or brain no work so good. Recently, I have played. Gosh, what have I played? Let's see. There's Sea of Thieves, Project Zomboid, SnowRunner, Barotrauma, and then we've got a lot of tabletop games that we do throughout the week. Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted, and a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign. So do make sure you hit that follow button and come join us again. And Seda, thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Backyard smelting for dumb shits. That is
Okay.
quite the name.
And good night, Kindle. Thank you for coming by and sticking around and asking questions and all that stuff. It makes me happy. Well, if nobody wants to ask about any of the regions, then I can start going off on a tangent about any one of them. And just start talking to myself. That's sometimes what I have to do in order to get my own inspiration. I can do it in a silly voice.
It's just hard to come up with, for me to come up with stuff to ask about just on the fly.
Oh, you think it's easy for me to answer that stuff on the fly?
Yes.
Time frame, there's more than 5 regions. 5 is just going to be the number chosen for the first book to make it manageable.
Egg. But Seda, how was your stream? I saw you were doing some Hitman. How many bodies did you blow up? Was it a lot of them?
What's up?
I'm asking Seda how his stream was and stuff.
Oh.
Also,
The
Kobiak,
places.
What's up?
could you get this gas trailer over closer to the warehouse, please?
All right, give it a sec.
No worries. Go ahead, Rygon.
Joke.
No, that is actually a very good question, Toshime. Like people mining and stuff.
Zim, I'm
What?
gonna need you to move so I can turn this around without hitting you. Thank you.
So you know the place has an effect on the people, but what happens when people damage the regions? Well, there's a few different things that could be looked at here. What kind of damage are you talking about? That specifier is important first. And you can't say in general because not all damage is the same.
Well, why don't we start with what happens with mining?
Do you want it in a
Okay.
side parking lot, Zim, or do you want me to try to park it inside?
Just in the parking lot, but real close to the garage doors, preferably.
Whether it's over farming or mining too greedily, nothing. It's a plot of land. The land itself might have memory, but they're not sentient beings, usually. If they are sentient beings and, I don't know, capable of defending themselves, then I guess they would. But by and large, most regions aren't. So, if you're digging out the dirt, you're digging out the dirt, and nothing more is going to happen of it. That said, though, I would be interested to see if any of them, like any species, could even perform over farming or mining, considering the fact that they are, trying to survive refuge.
Real quick, Kobiak, let's try and get that trailer specifically into this front spot. Let me, move the bus. Actually, I'm going to be working on this bus right now, so... Yeah, there you go.
Hey, can I take this Jeep?
If you detach the trailer, but leave the trailer in that spot, please.
Okay.
Should be fully gassed up and good to go. If you go far, I would appreciate some spray cans. Go ahead, Rygon.
No, rare. Go ahead for what?
Whatever you were gonna say.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I forgot.
Oh,
My
sorry.
attention was taken away. I don't even remember if I was talking.
About the
so that just
regions
affects
being
the community?
damaged and stuff.
Oh yeah, like I was saying, it's just a plot of land. You can do whatever you want to a plot of land. There are some types of damage, though, that can cause differences in the land, though. And this is mostly seen with, like, such things as invasion. Whereupon the memory of the invading region can overtake the memory of the current region that's there. Why do I keep listening to that freaking song? They say they have 3,181 tracks, and I keep listening to like the same 3.
Kobiak, put that into the space and detach it from the car. Because that's probably going to be staying here for a while.
I'm gonna cry.
What?
I cleared out so many hordes. I killed, like, my kill counter went up probably 120 plus, and I realized this wasn't it was the school, not the police station.
PG.
I don't even want to loot it.
Could be worse.
No, it couldn't be. The school has no useful loot. The only advantage is now I cleared out a huge amount of hordes over here. But that's it. There's no benefit. There's only pain. My left finger hurts. My right index finger hurts.
Think of that lovely experience.
Uh-huh. Experience. Uh-huh. I basically got paid in exposure.
Yeah, exposure to the zombie virus.
Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take one of these worlds then, and we're just going to chat about it. Unless anybody sees an interesting one they'd like me to embellish upon. Except for Arcana, because I don't know much about the region itself. That's still something I have to work with Zim on. And I can't create anything more custom for it because I haven't been given permission to yet.
I mean, we can discuss that.
Discuss what?
The Marsep region?
Yeah, we certainly can. But in order for me to do any more work on it, I'll have to have that permission that I asked of you.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I guess just go ahead and send it to me in writing and we'll be good. But let's see, what do we got here? Auralite, Ember. Ember is one that I'm still kind of considering as a whole. I want it to be a region that is full mostly of just these feral monsters that just seek to consume. And the monsters themselves are kind of like in the form of like these fire elementals, if you will. Humblewood actually, I think, did a great representation of what fire monsters might look like. And that might be something that I transplant over into Ember as an inspiration. Not necessarily because I want to take it one for one, of course not. I had come up with the idea before I even saw Humblewood, but because their designs are good enough that I feel like I could make a legitimate ecosystem by springboarding off of them. But yeah, fire is what fire does, and fire consumes. And as we know through invasion, when a land is invaded and whatnot, it slowly begins to transfer over into the invading region. It begins to lose its own memory and identity, and it turns into the memory and identity of the new region. The Ember does that, except they do it at a much higher speed than others due to their very nature. So if they go in and they eat and consume a wood, with their fire, then that wood is left blackened and charred, and it's then considered integrated into their land as a result. Like, it doesn't take much for them to integrate something into their stuff. Okay. Thank you, Zim.
That should be sufficient.
I think that will be sufficient. That's something that that I can then use if absolutely necessary for whatever. I don't expect I ever will. You and I have a great friendship. But this is just me protecting me and me protecting you as well, just in case.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Ember, I'm half debating whether or not I want to actually put in a sapient species in there. Protection from what time frame? Legal matters. Suppose, for example, Zim decides one day he doesn't like me, right? And he's like, well, I'm going to take everything, I'm going to take my species and I'm going to walk out the door. And here I am, having already spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars developing that region and their story and everything like that. And then suddenly I'm left in the cold because of that. By doing this simple written explanation, or the simple written permission, now, if absolutely necessary, I could present that in order to say, like, hey, I was given permission to work on this, and these are my rights accordingly. Obviously, a more official contract can be written up later, but it does protect me. On the other hand, Zim is also protected because now I can't claim that I created the species and that they are fully of my own design, and Zim is no longer allowed to use them, period, forever and ever. Zim can still use his species, and he's protected in the case, in the event that I ever choose to be an asshole and just say, nope, they're completely 100% mine and you can't use them anymore. So it's a mutual protection. Not because I expect that I would ever have to need it, but because this is just basic law and business. You have to have this kind of stuff because you just don't know what's going to happen. Maybe Zim dies, for example, and a family member decides to take over the species because they see how popular it's getting. And they decide, like, hey, we want to take over the entire rights of the species. You can no longer work on them. And I'll be like, well, actually, I have something here that says I can.
Actually, yes, I can.
You can what?
Oh, I was just poking fun at what you would say. Alright, I got us another bookshelf. Doesn't match the other one, I think, but it's fine for now.
Excellent.
I just went out to a house and stole it.
You should come help me at the police station, Werny.
Oh, yep, I'll come to the police station now.
All right.
There's a few zombies.
So let me know when you want to work on Akana or Achana. I forget how we pronounced it originally. Zim, and we can start developing them more in depth.
It would be Akana.
Akana. That's kind of what I figured.
They tend to prefer the hard consonants.
Yeah. So one region here that I'm kind of excited to eventually get to is Home, the City of Circles. And the reason for that is it is perhaps my second or third most developed region. And it's actually a region of pure humans. The basis behind the region is they come from a world where the forces of darkness, undead, werewolves, vampires, blah, 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 had essentially wiped out all of humanity except for a single city. And the reason for that was because the city was protected by a goddess. I honestly, I forget her name. But so long as they believed in her, she was able to give to them in order to help them to protect themselves. Perhaps the closest that one could consider for this would be like the Innistrad, where they have that goddess who, if you believe in the goddess, she gives the people power and they can protect themselves against the forces of evil and darkness and yada yada. The difference here is, though, is that that city was then experienced the drop, and they went into refuge, where they are now not. Where now they are in essentially an infinite universe where not everything wants to kill them, but they still have the mentality of, holy shit, anything not human is bad, and anything human that is not us is suspicious at best. So here we are, we have these pure paladins, these amazing clerics, this, righteous, I don't know, clergy. And now their attentions and energies are directed towards protecting themselves from something that they probably don't need to protect themselves from. In essence, they have turned from the good guys into the bad guys, and quite racist ones at that. Because, if anything's non-human, it's got to automatically be a threat, right? Even if it's something as simple as just like, other innocents that just happen to be in refuge as well, and they just happen to not be human. So
And-
I'm particularly excited to start working on their structure and figuring them out on a
So what's
on a governmental level. What's up?
Gip? What's going on with that car over there?
Really quick, it just I kind of accidentally lagged, and then they ate me. So I'm waiting for them to disperse a little so I can spawn with a shotgun and kill them. But yeah, oops. I was trying to get them up into a big train, but that didn't work.
Yes.
And Lightning Dragon, no, I would never stop liking Rygon. Now, him stopping liking me, on the other hand, well, that's that is quite possible. I can be great.
What can I say? I've been backstabbed many times before in the past. And I do mean many times. But that said, though, Zim, I don't expect that, I will ever stop being your friend.
Okay, what the fuck?
It would take a very good reason for that to happen.
We gotta kill them all, it's fine.
I think I have enough
Yeah.
ammo for all this.
If I made a
Oh.
miniature wargaming out of Refuge, would be the poster factions? Oh gosh.
Slitherite, we're gonna be stabbing the Gip Gap.
Ooh, woo.
Oh, I can actually show you all a picture related to home. So this is actually a picture that I had drawn up as a concept. It was actually the very first picture I got regarding Refuge. And it was the picture that inspired Refuge as a whole. Because it really got my brain thinking, and I clicked onto the idea, and I'm like, this is a good idea. This is something I should continue to run with. So this is the picture that spawned the idea of Refuge as a whole.
Yes, we're spit roasting Gip Gap. Good night, Doshime. Thank you so much for coming by, and thank you again so much for your 3 years of support. It's been a wonderful time
Good
having
night,
you as my
Toshime.
friend, Toshime.
Good night.
Yes, time frame. I'm fully aware of what miniature wargaming is. I just don't have an answer to your question.
If I were you, I'd run where me.
Like, I mean, obviously my more developed factions would probably be the poster factions for a miniature wargaming thing, like the Harith, Home, the Paladins of Home and stuff like that. But stuff is just not developed enough for me to really consider what would be at the forefront for a project like that. No time frame. I'm not familiar. But yeah, so home is definitely an interesting region, and I definitely look forward to developing it more. And the reason why they're called the City of Circles is because the circle is actually their goddess's chosen, I don't know, not shape, but chosen symbol. Because it means togetherness, community, power, the power of defense and resisting odds, and so on and so forth. You know, it represents the last stand, which is what that city was. It was the last stand of humanity for their universe, until eventually it wasn't. And now they're slowly but surely having to adapt themselves to an entirely new world with new rules, but they still carry that same suspicion that kept them alive previously. The way that gods and goddesses work within Refuge is actually a bit of an interesting thing. Gods and goddesses cannot directly influence Refuge, and the reason for that is because they can't find it. You know, you're looking through the infinite infinities, and Refuge is all of them and none of them at the same time. It's like looking for infinite needles in an infinite haystack. You know, you might be able to find maybe little bits and pieces here and there, but good luck actually finding the central one. But that said, the more worshippers that a god or goddess has within Refuge, the more that that god and goddess can influence their memory of self onto the world around them, as well as onto their followers.
Real
So
quick,
again, you
just
see the law of memory popping up.
do we have a medic bag somewhere? First aid kit thing.
I think
Anyone
there's
got
a
one?
first aid kit on the second floor somewhere, wasn't there? On the floor?
I shall have to
Maybe.
go look.
Alright, I'm bailing on the police station. This thing's fucking
Hey,
overrun.
there's.
You go ahead. I'm
Hey.
gonna clear this shit out the hard way.
I'm out of ammo, so I'm
I was
bailing.
gonna do it with the crossbow, but now that I died, I don't care anymore. Or the
I don't think there's anything in it though.
crowbar. No, go ahead. It's fine.
That's fine.
Just go ahead. Go on.
I just want to look at it real quick.
Yeah, there's one on the floor near the bookcases then. Upstairs.
God, we've got to clean up some of this.
You can leave, Bernie. I'm gonna be here a while. That's all I'm saying. Ah.
Just don't die.
Oh.
It's a Seda!
No, look. For some reason, it's not letting me, Fuck, it was like trying to... It like stun locks you when you, try to reload in the car.
Ah.
I'm bailing.
Run.
How's the dart?
I am sleepy.
Do you require... Do you require the chocolates?
Oh, I had the
sleeps?
Asleep.
Oh, I already had my chocolate.
Oh. Okay, no chocolate. Ever again. But yeah, how was your stream?
It was good.
Ah. You did Hitman tonight?
I was just curious.
Yep.
Did you do all the
there's quite a
killing
bit
of
people
things?
I messed around a little bit, but I did a lot of freelancer, so a bit more targeted stuff.
Ah.
To answer your question, time frame, they don't know. Nobody does. And in a way, it doesn't matter anymore. Well, thank you, Kenku. I'm glad you enjoy the creative work that I've come up with so far. This stuff has been in development on and off for over a decade, so there's a lot here that I'm more than happy to share with people that I just haven't gotten written down, and that's what this World Anvil is supposed to help me out with, to start getting stuff written down.
Good night, Kenku, and can we, are we able to repair, military boots?
I don't think so.
There's a lot of them lying around if you want to look for them.
Okay.
I would looted quite a few, so you shouldn't be too bad.
Cause yeah, mine broke, and that explains why I got hurt.
You can patch them with leather, but you gotta get the leather pieces for it.
Should have leather pieces around for that.
I just found some new ones, and they're basically full, so... Hello there.
I came to say hello because I'm going to sleep because it's late.
Okay. Good night.
Have a good rest. Good night.
Also, apologies for showing up late. Yeah, my sister was messaging me from the Pokemon Center.
Wait, what?
My sister's in Japan right now, and she's like in Tokyo at one of the Pokemon centers.
Oh.
Nice.
So she's literally just sending me pictures like, pick one.
What
And I'm
will
just
you
like,
ask? Can I request that she see if there's a Growlithe and send it?
I did not see a Growlithe, but I did have her. I did have her pick up a Riolu and a Zora.
Oh.
Nice.
I mean, I'll take others too.
Look, if you gave me $1,000, I would have spent $1,000 in that store.
Oh, I know, right? God, if I ever got to go to one, I would... my bank account would disappear. In about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I just walk in and be like, just give me one of everything. Maybe more.
Yeah, because like you know the first picture she sends me.
What?
I'm just gonna send this to your Telegram. Just that.
Oh my god. Oh. Oren would have loved a Buizel.
I was very tempted to ask for the Breezel, but I didn't want to overdo it.
Overdo it. Get them all.
It's always too late.
If there's a Zangoose, I need it.
Because as I told her, it's it's not just picking one. It's like not picking 20.
Yeah.
So say we started trying to build a wall around this area here.
That is the plan, is that we're going to build a wall around this entire block.
Make our own little QZ.
Yeah, Schaffer started working on it.
Some of the junker cars, you could move those into the roads to block them.
I thought about that, but I also want to tear them apart for the experience.
Yeah, fair. I don't know what other skill trees skills I'm gonna go into, try to level yet. I've just been murdering things.
mood.
I see Walker. I shoot Walker.
I haven't been able to for like 12 weeks, so.
Rygon, you okay? Did we lose the Rygon?
I make it.
Oh, I was asking if you were okay.
I just had to step away.
Here's
Oh,
to
okay.
new beginnings.
We've
I
gained
need
a
to get
Seda.
What?
I said we gained a Seda.
Yee.
Autumn Lullaby, thank you very much for that follow. And welcome. We will need a huge amount of wood, Chris. Definitely far more than we have.
Someone should go into metalworking so we can make metal fences.
I'm already planning to go into it, though, primarily for mechanics.
If I get ammo for my my AR, I could probably snipe the zombies from that rooftop. I only have one 5.56 ammo left.
F.
Yeah, don't mess with the wall, everyone. Leave that to Jaffer. That is Jaffer's project. Don't mess with it. Okay, so to improve the bus with protection and such, I will need to get my metalworking up. I'm not able to do anything with it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Werny, what's a good way to level up metalworking?
You have to have the tools, which are annoying to get.
I have the tools.
And you kind of gotta like tear stuff apart and try to build stuff. I know exactly. I haven't really done metalworking myself. Usually other people in my group usually do that.
Okay, so I'll probably look up a video later to figure that out.
Also, if anyone ever finds a 6-hour P226, it's mine.
Actually, Jaffer, there's a lot of nails in my workshop, so there's several boxes of nails and other stuff in there. I'm sure you could probably find what you need in there.
Yep, but I'm actually gonna wind down for because it's past 3 a.m. So I'm gonna get some sleep. So you beans take care.
Have a good night, Seda.
Alright, have a good night.
Good night. Ba-doo.
Okay, I figured it out. Chrisovs, that vehicle that you have for the carrying capacity, we need to go on a road trip. We need to find one of those big highway crash sites. Apparently to level up metalworking, the best way is going to one of those sites and dismantling the cars. And good night, Seda. Sleep well. Thank you so much again for that raid. It really means so much to me. Alright, so I need a welder mask. Grab one. I have one. I've got a propane tank I'll be bringing with me, Kojo. Right now I'm trying to figure out where my propane... Oh, I've got one with me. Cool. And then I've got the welder mask. We don't know where we're going yet, Kojo. Probably to a highway. Gibgab would probably be better to guide me on where to go.
No idea right now.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, pretty simple. Just keep following the roads. All the roads lead to highway.
Dick Brickman!
Reporting a lie with Dick Brickman. Yeah, he was definitely an amusing character.
Yes. Though, it wouldn't have been as amusing without the voice you did for him. Your voice brought him together. Alright, I think I got everything I need. So, let's get going.
Okay, I'm back to being not too salty.
Oh, right. I should probably grab some food before I
People
go.
finally give you their bowls?
No, I'm just... Zomboid like 3 or 4 times I've really died in Zomboid that have frustrated me have basically been because I'm in the middle of like gathering a large horde, and then like my game lags out, and since it freezes for a few seconds, I die. So I'm like throwing really tight margins. So I figured I'm no longer going to ever do that again. I've spawned myself as a veteran with very high aiming and very high reloading skill. I will not again get in close range of a zombie unnecessarily. By the time I get in close range of the horde, they'll all be dead. And I just gave myself a bunch of shotgun bullets and I cleared out the whole place.
Nice.
I'm
I
incredibly
need to
salty.
find more shotgun ammo. I ran that out.
Duke.
I lost so much crowbar and maintenance skill that I accumulated over the course of like this large looting run. I don't have enough patience to like keep more of that, essentially.
Gib Gab. This
Hmm?
road we're right next to, is that considered a highway? Because I know the highways
Yes.
are typically where we find those crashes.
Yes. If you'd like keep heading towards the north of town, you'd normally run into one, but I think it's been replaced by a town. So you might want to check there and see if you find something. I know I want to hit there next because
Okay.
I want guns now. I don't care anymore. I don't want to use any more crowbar. I just want guns.
Okay, well then, who wants to come with me and help me out?
Again, just let me finish this last book.
As I'm going about my thing, and just open a few and get paid.
Mhm.
I think a portal stone was 1 gold, and most people would pay 5+. It was fun.
Ernie?
Hmm?
Can you bring the sledgehammer from the house?
Guys, FYI, Kojo, I think it was. There's some more, corpses here.
There's
Also,
the
Kojo,
corpses.
why are you down the main street? Yeah. This isn't going to be a super super engaging bit, but it's kind of necessary.
Should I come along? I went to the farmhouse.
That's
Wanna go on?
up to you and whether you're going to get bored or not. Though keep in mind we don't really want to attract the zombies to us as much as possible. But yeah, go ahead and come with us.
Actually, I have to get off in like 20 minutes, so I'm actually not going to.
Oh.
I have work tomorrow, so I can't stay up late.
Alright,
That's-
well I got Krisov's here. I don't know who that is, Slitherite.
I found antibiotics.
Okay, is anybody else coming with us?
Just miss it. Where are you?
Okay. We're in the purple car. Purple pink-ish car.
Okay, do we even have an off cook? Since the main cook seems to be not here.
No, we do not have an off cook or anything. We're kind of counting on Gib Gab for this stuff, but Gib Gab decided to go wander off for some reason.
Yeah, we're kinda out, and I guess
There's
we'll have to
cereal.
start cooking ourselves.
There's cereal, there's food in there you can grab. Worst case scenario, honestly. Just like eat some of that.
There's still a little bit
That's
left,
what
but
I was waiting for to have happen here.
But yeah, I decided to run off. I mean, cooking is not hard. Y'all can learn to do a little bit of cooking.
Yes, but you were the one that was very insistent about being the one that we, you would be out cooking our hunger.
Oh, I mean, I did for a while and I got bored.
And this is why
Mhm.
I like being the jack of all trades.
Normally
Yeah.
I agree, but now I would just want to do guns, so I'm gonna do guns. I'm a jack of all guns.
Jack of all guns. Okay.
Wait, what? You're jacking off all guns? I mean, all right.
Alright, you can't say that.
It's exactly what my brother would probably say. It's actually creepy.
I'm sorry for being creepy.
You're alright.
Man.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, bye-bye, Ragon.
Bye-bye.
So pleased to be
But-
known. Banned.
Well, there wasn't anything up that way, so we're gonna go this way. Oops. I'll fix that.
See, I can tell exactly where I've been in the town, because when I drive and I encounter a lot of zombies, it means I haven't been here. If I used to see like a large clump of zombies, it means they migrated there. And if I see just like a giant long trail of bodies, it means I've been there.
It's very difficult to see in this rain and fog.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I will not fix that.
Ah, tough luck. Let's see yet another car. But yeah, once I go grab a sledgehammer, break open the police station armory, get my loot, I'll go make food. I looted some burgers, so we can probably make burgers.
Sounds good. But I gotta feed myself before you get back, so.
1 second, I just need to get myself killed.
So I'm gonna feed myself.
Testing, test one.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
We hear you.
Hello.
You are heard, cared for, and loved.
I just want to check this out real quick.
Goodness, it is pouring. What the heck?
Yes, yes it is.
Yes.
How'd you die this time?
I got myself bitten and I let myself die so that I could respawn properly.
Ah. Ooh, good condition on this thing. 86% gas. Kobiak, how are you with driving?
I got that other one back in much good condition. So
Great. Let me hotwire this for you and we'll bring it with us. I said let me hotwire this and we'll bring it with us.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the rain.
Yeah, the rain's getting very loud.
I kind of like
it. Oh, right on left.
Really hard to see out there.
Yeah, right on left for, but I'm wondering when he'll come back.
There we go. Now it's hotwired. Holy crap, this thing's got 167 for its trunk. Yeah, that's going to be very useful for us. Food in... Oh, this is a TV store. Oh, hey, here's some snacks. I'm stealing the pause poster. These VHSs would definitely be very good for us to bring or get. I don't exactly know what they are like. I assume many of these are good for leveling up stuff, but we'll come back to this. Not right now. We're gonna need a lot of storage space. Alright, let's get going. I'm back out in the cars. Kobiak, you bring that van. Weather, tropical storm with extreme wind. Oh boy.
On.
Me sitting here without a shirt on.
Dang it, the mailer book disappeared again.
Thank you, Gaffer.
It should still be in the bookshelf. I took it out and put it back in.
There is a second one there.
Might be in the other bookshelf. Might have put it in the wrong one.
Yep.
Oh god. Okay. We're taking a side route here. Still going straight down the road, Kobiak. Just weave around the zombies.
Yeah, you picked a really bad time to go out.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
I thought you turn around when I saw you down the road, and you kept going. I was like, I can't wait to see this on stream.
I am nothing if not determined. And besides, the viewers have literally spent like 3 hours tonight just watching me sort things. I think they deserve me to going out in a fucking tropical storm, apparently.
Where are you sorting things? I was in the base. Everything's all over the place.
The warehouse.
Storm was a joke.
Is there any ammo in there? I haven't been able to find any ammo.
No ammo in the workshop, no.
Disappointed, Wary.
Almost out of bang bangs.
You have to go with
need
APM for those.
38 special, 12 gauge, and 5.56.
Nope.
Also, I'm living in the farmhouse. It's mine now.
Well, don't take our ammo then if you're just gonna not be here. Alright, I think we found what we needed.
Just down the road.
So this is where we're gonna be hanging out for a while. Oh, I forgot to turn off the lights. Curse this game and its super realistic nonsense. Alright. So yeah, you two, your job is to cover me, and after I disassemble something, I will need you to move the stuff into one of the cars. Also, don't look in this direction because I'm using a propane torch and you don't want to blind yourself.
Seems smart using a propane torch in the middle of a tropical storm.
There's probably worse times to do it, but oh well.
Well, it is about
there's some
the
stuff
only
for you
match
guys.
that'll stay lit in a hurricane.
True, true. Apparently this one is... Can I... I can still dismantle it. Cool. If you guys could go around and loot any of these cars that are specifically... Basically, right-click on a car, and if it says... if it gives you the option to dismantle car wreck, loot out the glove box or whatever else you can get from it. And I just realized I forgot to actually pick up the propane tank.
Where's the meatloaf I picked up? Nobody
Good night,
wanted it.
Dunbrine. Okay, that's given me quite a bit of metalworking experience. Cool. There's some more right here. One of you. Kobiak, go ahead and take this and head back to the warehouse. One of the things has... Yeah, I was thinking of stealing that Chris Off's. I need you to bring back the propane tank. Both of them. Yeah, hotwire it. Go ahead and take it out with you. Or take it back with Kobiak. Though I just realized I literally can't do much of anything right now. Because I'm out of propane. How do we get more propane? Can we like... Can we make propane, or...
Pretty much we gotta steal them out of gas barbecues. And the occasional industrial one you'll find in a warehouse.
Well, we've got 2 of them in one of the bottom crates on the right-hand side of the warehouse. Bring both of them back,
There's another one in
please.
the living room, too.
Oh. Please bring stuff like that back to the over to the warehouse, please.
Yeah, I've got a backpack full of watches and radios to bring. I just gotta finish reading.
But yeah, Kobiak, head back. Krisovs, go with him. Only bring one of those vehicles back here. I'll be okay here for the time being.
I like how you said that and I heard a gunshot off in the distance.
I did not hear that
Yeah.
here, so I think I'm okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I swore I had another double stack mag.
Yeah, Jaffa probably just random event gunshot.
I will step away for a moment and go grab some water.
A gunshot definitely attracted something. A bunch of zombies just walked past my house. I just hear them outside. I just see them walk. I didn't cover the windows yet, and they just walked past.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I made so many burgers.
Oh, bring me a burger back with you, Kobiak and Krisovs, please.
You're reading the Carpentry 1 book, aren't you?
No, I'm reading the Cooking 1 book. So I probably would have eventually moved on to the Carpentry 1 book. Although really, I got like 27 experience or so until... No, 17, sorry. 17 experience until I reached Carpentry level 2 anyway.
Oh, you also read faster if you're sitting.
Or at least, good point actually. I am a slow reader. Finish this one off, it's almost done anyway. Yeah. Fast learner, slow reader.
Okay, one, stop leaving the fucking doors open, please. And two, if someone is still in the house, like do double checks because I saw some zombies outside.
Gonna be really hard to check out anything in this weather, but okay.
I found a couple outside. One
Try
literally
driving
inside the
down a
house.
crowded street in this weather.
We don't need to go nightmare territory, right?
And don't mind me, I'm just gonna do some quick part swaps on this car. Uninstall that hood. Install this better one. Yeah, not much better. but it's better than what it was. And we actually are going to put in a new window on this. Not great quality still, but better.
We don't have an Athletics 2 kicking around, do we?
I don't think so.
Don't think so.
Nope, just Athletics 1 and 5. Dang it.
Alright.
You want both
Just-
the regular propane tank and the industrial one?
Yes. And like I said, I want one of those burgers that Gip Gap made.
So is he close to being here yet or no?
Yeah, my mechanics went up! Oh, that means I can... Okay,
Very nice.
bring another wrench. Like, I have a wrench, but it's apparently not the right variety or something.
No, it's just got to be in your main inventory. For some reason,
I
wrenches
see.
don't auto-equip.
Okay.
Oh. Holy shit, I think I finally found what's actually killed me like 3 times already. This is so dumb. When I try to rip some clothing, it like gives me a lag spike. Usually when I was trying to run away, I'd like get scratched on an arm or something and, you know, I'd quickly try to bandage it. And I think that may have been the lag spikes that killed me. Not
Yeah,
actually
that's
lag.
nearly gotten me too.
I didn't properly process it. I may have noticed it and just forgotten about it. Holy shit. That makes me giga tilted.
Sorry.
I wonder if the
It's not-
same
it's
thing
Zomboid.
happens with bandages and adhesive bandages.
You can't rip bandages and adhesive
I mean,
bandages.
by going into the inventory and trying to apply them, they're gonna.
Well, it's not trying to apply them. It's specifically trying to tear clothing that like causes me that leg spot.
Yeah, I get back. So my brain just sort of went on a strange tangent, like it always does.
Yeah, right. I'm just telling you. It's yeah, this basically is not that the problem. Where is the meatloaf? I don't see it in one of the other cars. And I don't want to waste it. It's a really good food item. I remember someone had answered like they were gonna like make sure it wasn't there. By the way, don't eat all the hamburger. Eat it in halves or quarters. If you eat it all, you're gonna waste like 20, 30 food, even if you're like, barely hungry. And as much food as I want to make, I mean, I can only make so much before it's just too much waste.
Chef Gab.
As Wernie is munching on the food Gip Gap has prepared in real life.
It didn't sound like munching, it just sounded like paper.
Sounded like he was munching chips to me.
I'd have never guessed that.
I was munching on Munchies snack mix.
Close enough to chips.
It has chips in it. It's like the real Doritos and Sun Chips.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. If you're sneezing or coughing because you're sick, you can equip a tissue. And it'll mute it.
Interesting.
It's got to be in your hand, though.
Yeah, if you equip it.
So the walkers don't hear it and munch on your face.
Today I learned. Dear diary. Wait, why is the package of processed cheese fresh? That implies it can go bad.
Well, I mean, it's 90% plastic.
Yeah, but like, when have you seen moldy cheese, like processed cheese?
Oh, hey, you both made it back?
Yes.
That's only 90% plastic, so there's still the 10% that can go off.
Well, it is my bedtime, so I'll see y'all in 8 hours.
Hey
Sleep
there,
well.
Lucario.
Night.
Sleep well, Wernie. Thanks for coming by.
Have a good night.
Nighty night.
Wait, has the,
Wait,
has the
did
weather
you-
abated?
Hold up, where are you
As
guys?
soon as it has.
Person's just got back, so I'm grabbing the propane tanks to put in the trunk now.
Somebody was just over here with me.
Maybe it was Hero Brian.
Seriously, who was here?
Did you like see somebody speaking?
No, I literally saw them run in and run out.
We do have that one mod on that makes paranoid incidences happen.
No.
This one's slightly bigger. Chris, also we're gonna take this one back.
We don't have that. Most likely you just experience. If it was nobody, then you just probably had a little bit of server like lag. Sometimes I have moments where, holy shit, what the fuck is that SWAT truck?
Oh yeah, that was our find. Yeah, there it is again.
You may just have like somebody like rubber band lagging on you.
Must be. But yeah, we found
you
a
can-
SWAT truck. We found another van that has a huge capacity.
If you hover over them, you'll be able to see the name.
They disappeared before I could do so.
For the few. Fuck, I lost so much maintenance. I got like 3,000 skill just bonking on zombies.
You gonna come with Chrysos?
400 of them and then I died. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, Chrysos, please come with. Or please go with him.
Chrysos had the traumatic experience of the SWAT truck.
I mean, it wasn't much better than the other truck, that's all I much say.
I appreciate your sacrifices.
It's not storming anymore, so it should be a lot easier on the way back.
I really like the level up jingle.
Welcome back, Jaffer.
Welcome back.
Now it's
It
raining
starts
again.
raining again.
You spoke too damn soon.
Sure did.
I hear something. Banging on something.
I'll go look around.
Yeah, go look. If you're hearing something being banged on, go stop it. We don't want that happening.
Okay. There were zombies inside the warehouse for some reason. They're bashing on the door.
I'll be over in
Oh.
just a minute.
A zombie, looks like.
I'm just getting experience from mechanics
Took
by
care of it.
deconstructing this car while I wait and hope that I don't get jumped and eaten.
I think that's it. But I'm going to check the upstairs just in case.
There we go. Time to go loot the police station.
Kind of weird how sometimes the zombies will
I'll head with
spawn
you to the police station in just a second.
inside buildings that you've already looted out.
They probably move in. They've
yeah.
broken windows or such.
They would wander in. They cannot spawn in. We don't have a. We have spawning respawning disabled.
That's what makes it all more weird. How could it be inside your warehouse where
The
doors are shut?
the garage doors
Yeah.
are broken. They're buggy. That's why I keep asking people not to go through, not to touch the garage doors.
You know what, doesn't we... Next time, remind me to make sure that we do have respawning off. Just in case. I'm pretty sure it is off, but just in case.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly where you're keeping your electronics to disassemble, so I'm just making a nice little neat pile for you.
Yeah, just put it on the floor in the warehouse.
God damn it, the pole got in the way again. Rip the
I
car.
better do my thing and close the door behind me.
The car got in the way again. The pole got in the way of the car again.
I ain't
Yeah,
fixing
those
it.
poles.
Hey, I
Just
left
get
it
up and
behind.
move
It
in front of
stopped
the cars
turning
all
on.
the time.
Who was going to the police station again?
Me. I'm just running back to get another car. Another one for the slaughter.
Where are you?
I'm already basically with them, don't worry. I mean, you can see me on the minimap right here. Thing is, I'm gonna need a ride back from the police station, so I'm gonna need a car anyway. You can't like just give me a ride there. I need a ride back. The only way I don't need a ride back is if I find way more than enough ammo, and I'll just like carve a bloody path on my way up, which I would love to do.
I was about to say I need some gun experience, and I got a pretty empty backpack now.
Welcome back. At least I hope that's both of you.
Yep.
And not just some random... Yeah, there's Kobiak and Chrysobos. Jake! Ow! Why? Why, Jake? Why?
No, hang on. Keep being my
Wait
bad
for me.
trade.
Ooh.
You phased for a second. I wasn't sure which car you got into.
I didn't get into a car.
Why are you coming, Koja?
Because I'm gonna kill zombies and get guns.
Hmm. I thought you were gonna be doing the wall.
No, Jaffer's doing the wall, but Kojo, have you taken care... Are all the corpses taken care of yet?
The ones that are
Chrysops?
close enough and rotting.
Don't mess with anything here around this car. None of this is worth saving.
Oh,
Just
look,
go
that's the
through all
right
the
car.
other cars.
Bonk.
If it's intact, I'll go check it. Just like I said, right-click on it. If it gives you the option to dismantle wreck, that means that you can go ahead. That means go ahead and loot it.
I'm only trying to run over about half of them. The rest are actually accidental. This car is hard to maneuver on these two other ones.
You're also not playing with Sunday Driver, so.
I would have played with Sunday Driver.
Also,
Those
don't touch
telephones
the...
are sneaky little bastards.
I wanna go near.
Yeah, I'm over here just to get experience, guys, so... I'm sorry it's boring, but I really appreciate you guys hanging out and watching my back for me.
Nope, other way. We gotta go a little bit farther.
Yes. I'm just kind of curious what this is.
Church and a storage warehouse.
Okay, useless and maybe useful. Back to the police.
Okay, that is everything that this car had on it.
I am not used to cars being so impact. Don't
Nom,
eat
nom,
all the
nom, nom,
burger. Only eat like half.
I only ate
Have
a
time at
quarter.
most. Yeah.
Alright, let me get those propane tanks. Also, go ahead and
We're gonna
add
have to do
gas
a
to
left,
this.
right, and then we'll be there.
Yes. Well, I mean, you don't You don't have to say the turn when it's the only turn we can make.
Just trying to be helpful.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, when you only mention the turn when there are options, right? Like, if I can only make a right turn, then you don't need to say it, because then that's confusing for me. There we go. The scene of my masterwork. The absolute slaughter I left behind. Can you do a quick patrol around the building while I break it around to make sure there's nothing? Then they'll come for the sledgehammer.
I thought we had the lockpicking on.
No. I said earlier we don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well.
Why am I
almost
not
nice
able
902.
to... Why am I not getting the option to... Ah, there it is. God. You're in my way, Kobiak. Oh, I guess not. Never mind. Why do you have hot air, Jake? Also, Chrisovs, I hope you appreciate the new window on that car.
Okay, bad news. There's only one gun, which is the Block 19, Block 17. The good news is there's one 9x19 box, which we could split up in half because I have a CZ75B.
I found a shotgun out in the parking lot, but I'm running 45.
Yeah. Do you know if there's a screwdriver around?
I got one on me.
Come back to the truck. I know there's probably some loot around here, but I took a quick look around.
Chrisovs, what are you doing over there?
Need a bulletproof vest?
I have one. Actually,
Just
yeah, pick
leave
it up
that
for me.
stuff, all of that stuff there with that red card, just leave there. These metal parts
this
here on
one's
the ground
holeless.
over here, the crafting metalworking supplies, pick those up and put them into one of the vehicles that we're taking back.
Thank you. Can you
And a screwdriver.
Thank you, actually. There we go. That's what I was just gonna ask for. Alright, I'm gonna... Let me see. How many do we get from the 9x19?
Should be 40.
Perfect. I'll fill one magazine. I'll be generous. I'll give you the extended magazine for the Glock 17.
What I really need is any double stack 45 ACP stim mags here. Ooh, a double holster.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
Holy crap, there is a lot here to go through. Excellent.
We doing reloading or no?
If you want, I'm doing a little bit of reloading right now. So I'm gonna head to the next armory I know of. If you want to tag with, feel free to.
Yeah, just let me check a few more bodies.
It is definitely one where it's gonna be much harder to actually do. But yeah.
Ooh, another shotgun. We don't have any 12 gauge with us, do we?
Nope.
There's more metal stuff over here.
holster. Always single stacks. Okay, I just gotta dump some stuff in the back real quick and then we'll be off.
No worries.
Oh, did you want that double holster?
No, I have one. Thank you.
Woo! Metalworking 2. Here's some more scrap. Gonna run Stream Raiders. More scrap for you guys.
Alright, whenever you're ready.
Almost done.
I want to head out ASAP because that place is a little rough. So the quicker we get there, the more
Some more
daytime
metal
we have.
scrap.
Hey, can you attach this to anything over here?
Attach what?
Come take a look over by me.
I don't know where you are. And what are we
talking
at?
to me.
Just slightly
Oh.
down the road a little bit. Because this has a trunk of 909.
Wait, what?
Oh, one of those big old
It's
industrial
one of the
trucks.
army, like, little wagon things.
Where is it?
Down farther the other way.
Okay, who's speaking?
Kobiak.
Oh,
Okay.
never mind then.
This way.
Give me a moment. Let me finish up the Stream Raiders. We'll go... Alright. That's where you are. I need to clear out my inventory a bit.
Alright, Koja, be ready. This is gonna be a very, hectic plan I've got. But if successful, we should be golden. Hopefully. We'll just need to get in and out really quick, 20-minute adventure.
Oh, fuck. Gib Gab's about to die.
Let me smoke a cigarette and I'll open a box of ammo.
Chrisovs, there's some more scrap over here next to this red van. Okay, Kobiak.
Standing right next to it.
Cool.
This thing right here. If we can attach it to something, we got 909 space.
Jeez. Alright, well, let me get rid of these car wrecks in front of it. God damn it. My propane torch is empty, and I, of course, just put my propane tank in there. In the car.
I had cleared this whole section of zombies and there's just full again. Holy shit.
The muffler in this car probably isn't that good.
I don't think that's the problem. Just like I killed so many, and they're all back over here. It's like, Alright, we're gonna leave the car. We're
Okay,
gonna
this-
go on foot. Right, we're in here.
Okay. Mind giving me a second to see if I can find some double stack 45s.
Go ahead. You're not probably gonna find any. But
I know there was at least 2 of them.
do you even have 45 rounds?
Oh yeah, I got like 4 boxes.
Hmm?
I got 4 boxes. It's just
Wait.
the magazines I need.
Who is it that's speaking right now?
It's me, Gojo.
Okay, just making sure. Don't leave the doors open.
Sorry.
Goodness. Oh, get infected. No.
Okay, finally done with Stream Raiders. Alright, so we got 1 car to bring back.
Oh, what is a full set of gun books doing down here?
Not being put where it should be put clearly.
Refill the propane torch. We're gonna try and bring the SWAT truck over to fill that with, or to carry that thing with.
Okay.
So let me try and get this car over a little closer first.
And I'm gonna take the intact white car. We cannot have the car even possibly failing.
Lucario, what are you talking about? The red car over there? That one's done.
Hey, Coach, I'm waiting for you at the entrance.
Chris, that was more stuff for you to grab. Chris, what are you doing?
Gojo?
Oh.
Just a second, I'm doing... Where the heck did all my mags go? I know I had at least 3 of them.
You're looking for like spare?
Yeah.
149?
Well,
I don't know,
double stacks to be exact.
I mean, it's fine. You don't need to bring guns. We're not going to be shooting. We really don't want to shoot in that location. And there's some
Chris,
upstairs.
this will be something that I will work
Jaffa
on.
says, with the journals, if we read it, does it destroy the journal?
No.
No, it doesn't.
No, don't worry. Just trust me. Don't bring gun. They'll bring you more problems than you want.
Oh yeah. I'm good with my axe,
But. Oh, fucking hell! Here's where the food is. Nobody took the food out of the car. 1 second.
Alright, Krisovs. More metal scrap. Kobiak, go bring that SWAT truck over and try to hook up this trailer. Be exceedingly careful. That trailer is very damaged. I'm going to do what I can to repair it, but yeah. It's a project that I'll have to work on later. Well, I guess I could... Let's see, what kind of stuff does it require? Let's uninstall this tire. A run flat tire? Okay, so is it just standard tires that it needs?
Free the meat patty one stale.
Yeah, Kobiak took the stuff.
Took
Don't
some
hook
of
it. Don't hook up yet, Kobiak. I'm working on it real quick. See what we can pull off and possibly repair.
The rest of it was right down here, Chris knows.
Alright, Coach, I'm leaving.
I've just I gotta dump a few more books out of the back of that car.
You have 20 seconds.
I'm gone.
Okay, the tires on that car are not good enough. Oh, there's a police cruiser. Oh, here's a car that looks to be in decent shape. Maybe I can pull the tires off of it.
So we're gonna go on foot, but never mind, we're gonna go on car.
I don't think we're gonna use this little car ourselves. Oh, that's really good. Okay.
You know, Jaffer, I don't think we need to push it all the way to the road. It's cool you're doing it, but just in case they can break down walls, we'll have to keep a close eye on it.
You wouldn't happen to have any water on you, would you?
Yes, but you'll have to wait.
Okay.
I'm only, like, not gonna continue driving once we get to the place where I want to get to.
Alright, let's see if these will work. Because if these tires won't work, there's no point in doing anything else. Ah, it has to be run flat tires. Okay,
Hopefully,
fine.
as long as we don't cross paths with Sim, we'll be fine.
We're down at the intersection to the south.
Walker.
It's the first time I've seen a barricade there.
Yeah, because it's a new area. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Leave the car here. Clear the area around it immediately. And we'll go by foot.
New priority, guys. We need run flat tires.
Oh dear.
Trust me, it'll be very worth it. Because if we can get this trailer... This trailer literally has a capacity of 909.
I trust you. I have not seen one so far at all.
I know I've got one back at base. I don't remember the quality on it, but... Yeah, Kobiak, be very careful driving with this thing attached because... Yeah, it's not in good shape. But...
Jojo, careful.
We've got a bus for seats. But... Move the car off to the side of the road for now.
Behind you, behind you, behind you.
If you go... there's that black vehicle there. Just kind of park it diagonal. Here, I'll move this black vehicle up here.
Oh, that
Make
is
sure
some
it's
bullshit.
good quality.
I told you to be careful. They were coming behind you.
No, I had them, but I lagged on a push, and three of them just came up and bit me all at once.
Oof. Oh, you're using the axe.
Well, I'm able to practically one-hit with the thing when they don't go through the axe.
Oh, what?
Good cars. Christovs, any good cars, park like this. And make sure that you shut it off.
Okay, note to future anyone who sees one, you cannot go under the tail of a helicopter. There is a wall.
Now we gotta go on a corpse recovery mission.
That's the easy part.
But yeah, no, I had them, but then I lagged into a double push, and then my axe swing didn't hit anything, and then 3 of them just bit me at once.
I just died because I ran into a wall. An invisible wall, but a wall nonetheless.
Gotta love it.
I'm sad. Big Sag.
So much ammo. And such a nice backpack, too.
They can try and catch up, but they're not going to succeed. The Gip Gap is pretty resilient.
Hmm? What do you mean catch up?
Oh, we made a joke about them being trying to catch up to you.
Ah, I see.
You know, in the kill-death ratio.
Yeah.
Why will you not bring... Oh. I'm over encumbered, that's why.
Oh, is somebody helping kill our bodies?
I am.
Why did you go over there so damn fast?
I respawn next to it.
Krisovs and Kobiak, put the metal parts into the back into the trailer on that instead of in the trunk itself, please.
I think the trailer's full as well. Or
Yeah,
putting
I'm
it
pretty
in
sure
the
that's
trunk.
our body, so I'll just leave it there. And I'll leave your axe here.
Just grab my backpack, if anything. That thing's huge.
You can spawn next to your body on like player 1. But no, it's because I gotta carry my stuff as well.
Krisovs, I want you to go around and any cars that are in decent condition, move them over next to those other two. Just so we've got a nice selection of them if we need them and know where they are, you know?
Oh shit, that's right in the first settings, isn't it?
Some more scrap over here, please. Next to the blue car. Which, when I get my when I get my metalworking up. Yeah, Kobiak, come on the other side here. You see it, yeah. Go put it in the trailer and the SWAT truck before you put it anywhere else. There's some more.
I'm gonna leave your stuff in the trunk of the car.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be, like, I was gonna go back and grab my skill, but I think I'll just head inside and grab it. What I want and then out. Or I might just
long as
drive
it's
back.
someplace
I'm
I
gonna
can
drive back. Fuck it. Fuck it, we drive in.
Kobiak over here. There's some more scrap.
I just returned to base.
I'll meet you there.
Also, for you two going out exploring, remember propane tanks are very high on the loot list, please.
Yep.
Priority.
Yep. Welding equipment high on list.
Some more scrap here. Okay, I better shake dry. I love how I'm shaking dry while it's, you know, raining out. Because that's going to make a big difference. Hello there, pizza bands. And how are you this evening?
Gotta remember is
I'm gonna throw your stuff that's not your backpack in the dresser where the journals are stored. Or in the ground in front of it.
okay. I was about to say I'm the top right.
Some more
in the
scrap over here.
dining room otherwise.
Volumes.
I personally think Record of Dukes is the best.
I'm sorry, I like volumes. I'm biased.
On the plus side, with me doing this, it means that this region is going to be accessible for people getting through.
I dig it.
Plus, it gives me a bunch of resources and levels up this skill.
Very, very good. And muchly approved. Dun. Okay, I'm gonna just reevaluate my approach. How else can I enter that area?
Hello there, SK.
Well, first of all, we should probably shout and lure him out to us.
There's a new one.
That way they'll bottleneck through that gate.
Nope, I know how I'm gonna get in.
Oh, of course they're cute and adorable. They're Martens.
And that's why Zim is cute.
Good morning, SK. Another pile of scrap.
I'm a pile of scrap.
No, you are not.
Who
Yeah,
doesn't like
because
a nice invigorating run in the morning?
I have infinite potential.
Chrisovs. The cars like that blue one over there that are in really bad condition, go park. Here's another one. Go park those over next to that red car that I pulled apart.
Yeah, look, Zom, all I'm saying is it just depends on how you see it, right? Scrap, infinite potential. And or if I say I'm trash, well, they call it trash can, not trash can't. It's all down to the way you see things. Alright, I'm heading out again, Kojo. I'm gonna be
Yeah, okay.
slowly clearing my way into it, so if you want to walk over there.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll find the way more clear than before.
Well, I know the way, I just wasn't sure there's a gun store over there.
No, don't think so. There's a little armory that I want to go loot.
Thank you, though, for grabbing all my jewelry, too.
I just grabbed everything.
There's another pile, 2 piles over here, Kobiak.
Is there Taylor still around?
I'm not the designated tailor, but I have free skill in it. So if you want something, I can do it, maybe.
Okay, well, I'll see if I can find some replacements, but...
I love how I can uninstall the window on this, but I can't apparently just get in.
Something. That check on force fields really has gone far, hasn't it?
Also, I have found a fixer-upper. Holy shit, this thing moves fast. But I have found myself a fixer-upper that I will be keeping. I don't care if it's impractical to keep. I want it.
One thing is good things about those is they can go through anything and not even stop.
Hey, Corbin. Alright, I'm gonna dismantle 2 more cars and then we'll go ahead and head back. It's not fully cleared out, but it got me almost 3 levels of metal. Actually, I'll get to level 3 metalworking and then we'll head back. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you stick those over there, Chrisovs, just in that general area. When I get my metalworking up high enough, I can come back and get even more resources back by salvaging them. Here's another pile of scrap. And another pile of scrap. It's down on the other road there. Oh, right. I forgot to actually put those back in there. I should probably go do that real quick. So, Gip Gap? I'm found a M911.
Nice. You can bring it back to base. That's a pretty good find.
I very much plan to. This is gonna be
You
my
wanna be-
baby that I will be working on and repairing.
The gun?
No, it's a vehicle.
No, the truck.
Oh, I never talked about the gun.
Yeah, I
Okay,
thought he was
then.
saying 1911 too. Weird.
I said M911.
Oh, I heard M1911. Put in my brain here, so I don't want to hear, so...
It's got a bull bar on the front. Which I think means that I can crash into things as I want.
I'd still recommend against it, just willy-nilly, but I mean, no, you can try. I know I found something for you.
For me?
Yes. Whenever we go
painting?
into like... No, whenever we go into very heavily infested towns like this one, where like I'm at the entrance and I've already killed 72 zombies.
Show is on.
Oh no, I just popped into VHS.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever we go into like those really heavy zombie towns, I found bomb armor, like bomb disposal armor.
Ooh.
It's very heavy. It is very hot. You don't want to wear it for long periods of time, but since we'll be escorting you, basically, it should be fine.
Kristoffs, move this blue car as well over here. The one next to our car with the trailer. And Kobiak, go ahead and try to connect the trailer onto the SWAT van.
But yeah, hopefully you'll be able to find some spray paint or chalk for you. This is a new area. Nobody's ever been here, so we should be loading them up now.
Yeah, spray paint is very important.
I know you want spray paint. I'm here to get guns, but I'll look for spray paint if I see some. Chinatown is just the biggest, closest city, and I know where we can get guns here. If it was Louisville, then I would have hit there, but it's Chinatown, so here's where we go. There are a lot of good locations.
Krisovs, there's a pile of scrap there. And there's also a vehicle there that I'd like you to move over next to the other wrecks. Especially the cars that ran into these wrecks. These ones especially, I really am glad that we've got more gas in them. Or at least gas, period, because then we can move them. There's some more scrap over there next to that white truck.
It's a very funky hitbox.
I love how it takes longer to pull the propane tank out of the trunk than it does to refill the propane torch. I'll take a look in a moment, Chris Hobbs. Here's some more scrap. Oh, it's got no gas in it. That's why. It's fine to stay there.
Why do I keep, like, engaging in these suicide runs at, like, midnight? Why don't I ever do it during daytime when they're slow?
Well, we do get bonus CXP when it's at night.
Yeah, but, like, I'm trying to run away from them because there's a few dozen, not, like, fight them.
Alright, we're gonna have to end here in about a half hour. We're coming up on that 6-hour mark.
Noted.
Well, if we are fast, actually, I think we can go another hour.
Shit. Fuck.
More scrap here, Chrisoffs. Okay, I'll just take it.
I'm gonna get out of here. I think I'm genuinely gonna need a TP out of this place. There's no safe spot.
Yeah, that's out of gas, so we can't move that. Maybe it just can't connect to the SWAT truck. What the heck do we need to connect it to?
Might need one of those tow bars.
Okay. Calm down. Keep walking down the street. They can't catch up to you. Just keep walking.
The zombies can't hurt you. They aren't real.
They're not fast enough. Very big difference. Fuck, I see where I need to go. I took this such an unnecessary detour. I really wish I had a gun right now. I really wish I had a shotgun. These are military camps, but I cannot loot them. This is being teased. I see all these military tents and I want to go inside. There's just too many zombies. I cannot take them all out before I die of exhaustion.
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is soft and spongy.
If only I was a fucking Terminator. Then I'd be happy. But alas,
Alright.
I can only kill 87 zombies before getting tired.
Chrisovs, bring one of those other trucks over, move the SWAT truck, and let's see if we can fit that or attach that trailer to a different vehicle. And if so, take it back.
No, 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 no. I would love to stream this so you can see just what's following me. There's this unending horde filling the entire street behind me. It stretches to the entire other block.
Christoph, was that you that said no?
I don't think so.
Okay, I guess it was Gip Gap.
I didn't either. I think. Or do you mean like on text or on voice? On voice I did.
Voice.
Yeah, that was me. I went like, no. You don't understand. There's so many of them. That's basically what I've been saying. I want to go back home.
Just don't bring the horde with you.
I don't know if I can.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Gip Gab. What are you on? 13?
Do I have shoes? Why don't I have shoes?
Did they did they get destroyed?
No. No, I do. They're just desert military boots, so they have camo, so I can't see them, obviously.
Yes, obviously. That's how it works. Yeah. Totally.
I just dumped them. I just didn't see them against the road. It's nighttime and it's dark, and I didn't see them. My butthole is so clenched right now.
Oh, hey, my sprinting went up. And I've reached metalworking 3, so that was my main goal here for now. It attaches? Yes, take it.
There's so many.
Be careful. Head back to base. Kobiak, go ahead and take the SWAT truck. Oh. We're gonna have to make another trip out here.
I want to request an evac, but I'm just gonna run back home.
Don't bring them home!
Oh,
hold
hopefully
on,
I'll have
Chris
one.
Offs. Okay, go ahead and go. Oh, that works. Don't go too fast there, Chris Offs. Kobiak?
Yeah,
Are you already on the way home with the SWAT truck?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can lose them. We should go to Chinatown as a group.
There are a lot of zombies. How you doing back there, Chris Offs?
Stunned silent, apparently.
Alright, Coach, I have devised the plan C to get inside. I don't know what the plan is to get outside, but I think I can get us inside.
The Chinatown?
Yes, so the armory we want to go to.
Okay, well, I got a bit more reading before then, but...
Oh no, it'll have to be for next time. Just no one will have enough time.
Well, we can do an hour, like I said.
It is gonna take probably an hour to get there.
Ah.
Not to mention to get out. Yeah, the thing is, like, we can't go through main Chinatown unless we want to spend multiple days clearing street after street after street of zombies. Like, you know I'm very kill happy, but I was terrified. Even the giant horde in the police station didn't really faze me. This is a lot.
There are definitely a lot of zombies on this main road that you could come back and kill if you're wanting to just kill things.
Well, I don't want to kill things now. I want guns. That's the problem. But to get guns, I know there's an armory in Chinatown that I can get to. The problem is getting to it. Normally when I spawn there to like test the weapons to make sure they're not broken, I'll go on a giant kill spree and I'll kill a few hundred and then like I'll get bored and leave. But it's a fairly reliable spawn place for weapons, which is why I want to hit there. I know there's weapons there. Well, the problem is, getting there is really hard. Namely, too many. So I need to find an alternate way in. And I figured, alright, if we had the main Chinatown street, we might be able to get there. No, that is a dead end. There's no way you can just casually walk through. There's two possibilities that I thought of that might be available. If we walk down straight the middle, which is protected by like the containment barriers, quote unquote, we might be able to. The other option is to sneak all the way around via the forest, where we'll attract much less attention, and we just need to be really wary for the few zombies that'll spot us in the forest. The thing is, it'll be dangerous because close range combat like that against zombies is kinda dangerous.
Kobiak, I'm gonna request that you come with me again for the going to get that M911 thing.
I have no problem with that, Zim, but I am starving and I need food.
Oh yeah, in a moment. Plus, I am concerned about the Evoli. Or the Eevee, sorry. The Evoli, I'm sure, is fine. But yeah, fill up on foods. We'll go check on Chrisov soon. He's being silent. I don't know what's going on.
Well, he's been typing for a while now, so I probably can't type and drive at the same time.
Okay, people, seriously, close the fucking doors.
I feel it.
No, seriously, if you guys don't stop leaving those doors open, I'm gonna stop inviting you guys.
No, I'm saying I feel you because I keep saying the same thing.
To be honest, that set of two doors, one of them is really hard to close.
You can press E after walking through a door and it basically, like it'll open and close it basically automatically.
Oh, don't I feel dumb?
I know,
Yeah,
it's hard to
once
click
you get
on them.
Well, once you get the timing down, you just double tap E real quick and you'll slip right through.
And if you don't get it, then just turn around, press E, and close the door. It's the when you're looting houses and you think a zombie is behind the wall, you don't click on the door and then right click and kill a zombie. You press E, open the door, and you immediately press spacebar, and you'll like 90% of the time get away with it.
Okay.
Okay, where do you go back whenever you are?
Just got one more book to read.
Also, Chris is back, so they're fine.
Oh, goody. The Eevee made it back. So... Oh, I'm planning to take the SWAT truck.
Oh.
Where is Chrisov's?
They brought it to the other house.
Oh.
I think I found the perfect outpost location. Holy shit, this is perfect. Sim.
Yeah?
You remember the first house you established as your safe house, right?
Slightly.
You know how I had like the big wooden walls around it?
Yeah.
So those are good because zombies don't break or jump through those. But they're great because you can jump over them. So if you get surrounded in one, then you just jump out. And I just found a little house surrounded by one of those, except for one entrance that is like unprotected. But if you like fortify it, it's one entrance. If they swarm the entrance and break through it, you can just run out back and jump out the wall. If we can get a door here. Perfect.
Yeah, we need more food back here.
What happened to all the canned stuff?
I think people have gone through it already.
And the like 760 hunger burgers I left behind. Damn. I thought people were away most of the time.
Yeah. Now we're back. We need food.
You have tough luck. Unless you want to come pick me up, I'm away, so I... I found a boatload of glue in one of the looting runs I did, but I think nobody took it out of the car. So it's probably just in one of the cars or in the ground.
Chris
We
Hobbs,
should have
while
plenty of glue.
we probably do. Chris Hobbs, while we're away, could you go through the vehicles and get their supplies stored into the warehouse, please? Kobiak, come with me.
Yep.
I'm almost done reading my skill journal. Oh, Jaffer, I was thinking I'll just leave all of the level 1 books and the VHSs that we can watch for levels out there where it's easy to get to them.
Did you place them or did you just throw them on the ground?
I just put them on the ground. The floor has higher capacity than a bookshelf.
Oh no, it's like you can place them so it looks more deliberate. So otherwise we might think it's like, oh, just throw it on the ground, then yeah, pick it back up.
Oh, I could do that.
You could also just make another bookshelf.
Yep, you're all out on the mission already, aren't you?
Yes. And I am just running over all these zombies because this thing is not handled very great.
I still can't believe it. I bring you a bus which you want, and last time I bring you the book to fortify it, and this is your baby.
The SWAT truck?
Yes. Or
The SWAT truck's not my baby.
Whatever you're driving right now.
I'm driving the SWAT truck.
To get the other truck, what she wants.
Oh, whatever other truck is your baby anyway. This is the thing, swap it apart.
I mean, the bus is already in great condition. I just need to get my metalworking skill up to actually do anything with it. This other one's an actual fixer-upper. Also, why is this SWAT truck tan?
For the desert.
We're not in a desert.
I mean,
Kentucky's not a desert?
What's the difference? Yeah.
It also apparently has force fields, so this is not the Kentucky we know.
I have done so much damage to this poor SWAT truck.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it hasn't died on us already.
No, that'll be the return trip when I try to get back.
No, you're taking my baby back.
Okay.
I'm kind of thinking I'm gonna stay here and do some more work. It seems to be pretty safe over here.
You should
Could
head
be
back
famous.
in front of. No, head back in front of the baby and be like a plow. Just clear a path of zombies in front of him.
I don't know if it'd make it back if I just go Rambo on all the zombies. Just saying.
Yeah, it's
Oh
all
yeah,
the
don't.
SWAT truck just needs to.
Yeah, don't go running over zombies with that.
That's why you need to put drive the SWAT truck in front of him.
Though its frontward, that thing's front armor is still intact fully. Wostein, hello there.
Hello.
Oh wow, this thing's still in pretty great condition.
It's got the
Those
bar on the
bull
front,
bars.
so yeah,
Yeah.
they were doing work.
I just wasn't expecting it to actually still be in good condition.
Now the tires, on the other hand, don't know about the tires.
The tires could use some replacement, but they're still
what
in
duct tape's
decent
for.
condition.
I'm home.
Duct tape for all your camo SWAT car needs.
Hey Jaffer, can you make a crate in the kitchen? I have a funky request.
Chris Hobbs, I would like you to try and sort them out. Good night, Corbin. Thanks for coming by. Chris Hobbs, yeah, I would like you to try and sort them out and store them away. It would make things much easier on me. I primarily
folks.
sorted things by the category for them. What's up, New Year's?
This is where I'm gonna jump off.
You streaming tonight?
I am streaming tonight, but not for a while.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
do some stuff with my brother before I go streaming.
Well, I may not raid you tonight, but I hope you have a great night. Can I get one of my mods to do a shout out for the New Year's?
You'll have fun for the rest of it, okay?
You have fun with what you do tonight.
Oh yeah, Jaffer, by the way. If you can, make sure you keep your dispenser as well stocked as possible with water so that when it gets cut off eventually, we're not too fucked. So I know plants will eat up a lot of water very quickly.
Oh, this is gonna take a lot more wrecks to actually level up again. Can I salvage any of them yet?
We do have a metalworking 2 and a TV show for metalworking back at the homestead.
I'm far from there right now, but that actually probably would have been a good thing to go read.
Rip.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and come back and read it.
We also have a bunch of mechanics volumes.
Yeah, the VHS, this old trailer is a mechanics VHS.
Have we properly taken all the books and stored them? Or are they still just lying about?
I only left out the first level ones.
I need to get to metalworking 4 to actually be able to salvage these.
The way, in case, if you want to learn gun skill, please use shotguns.
Because the shotguns don't miss.
Yep. I would say don't even bother carrying this, like a handgun for spare. Don't. It's useless. Just use the shotgun and only the shotgun. If you carry around the pistol,
shotgun don't miss.
by the way, I found you an Atari and a Game Boy.
Yay!
Well, I mean, they do work, but you need to hold the aim a lot longer than you'd think.
It's basically useless if you don't know how to use it. You're gonna panic shoot a bunch of times, waste all your bullets, and kill like what is zombie, or maybe 2, and then you'll attract everyone and die. If you don't know, if you don't have good gun skill, just don't know.
Well, that's what I was saying. To hit with a pistol at beginning level, you need to be standing still, and you need to hold still in the direction for. Yeah.
Even then, you're liable to miss a lot of them still, by virtue of having like 0 skill. You learn skills so much faster with the shotgun.
Very true. But I think we've got maybe 5 shotgun shells in the entire.
Yeah.
We'll be able to find one. But if we go on and use all the pistol, we're gonna waste them all and barely get any skill. We might as well save them for when we have some decent skill. Like if you've gotten into the mid skills, at that point, yeah, you're talking like, I'm gonna miss a lot of my shots, but I'm gonna hit a lot of them and I'm gonna get a lot of skill, so it's worth it.
Is Jaffer still around?
I think Jaffer's still here.
Mind if I start at least putting up one layer of walls on your wall? Or...
No, he's got plans for it. Leave that strictly to him.
Well, I got a pile of planks for you.
No!
What's up?
The bread went stale because nobody put it away.
Have you been a patch from them?
Yeah, don't touch the wall, guys.
You know what the worst part is about nobody putting the bread away? What? It was me. I left it in my inventory and forgot about it. I'm gonna live with myself now. I'm gonna start training the beautiful art of repairs. I'm gonna sit here and unload and reload a magazine over and over.
Well, make
for
sure to read the
ages.
book first.
Oh, I know.
Gift Cap, where are you?
In the house.
Great. Go down the main road. I need you to kill zombies.
Next time. Do we have more melee weapon books?
I think we have 1, 3, and 5, and that's it.
Oh, I need. I could use 3. Yes, melee weapons 3. Perfect. And maintenance. Huh? While I read, I'm gonna get food. Be right back.
I regret taking Butterfinger's perk. I forgot how slow it is.
Oh, great, Jaffer. I am back. And there's probably a sizable number of zombies that are coming back to say hi.
Weirdly enough, it doesn't look like it.
I went through so many zombies.
I think if you get far ahead of enough of them with the car, they'll just give up on you.
Ah. I will be there in
Well,
just a
one made it
moment,
inside the
Jaffer.
ring.
Oh, there was one zombie?
My god, man, could you be any slower? It's just a log. Take it out of your backpack and put it on the ground.
Yeah, I'll be up in just a moment, Jaffer. Sorry. Just unloading some of this stuff.
It takes 27 seconds to get a log out of your backpack with the Clumsy Fingers perk.
Don't put it in your back. Carry it on.
Don't get that perk.
Yeah, definitely not picking that one again.
Don't get me wrong. I think the slow inventory is like one of the worst perks, just because it's such a waste of time. But just don't put it in your backpack. Keep it on your main inventory. Be over encumbered for a little while.
Oh, you brought it over here. An Alice pack?
Oh,
Oh, nice. Those are...
Jaffer loves you.
What is an Alice pack tier 3?
Look at how much
like the
storage
highest
space it
capacity
has.
backpack in this mod.
Look at the storage space it has.
Ah. Funny enough, though, it only has about 4 more capacity than my current backpack.
What backpack do you currently have?
A large back. It's just called large backpack. It's what I spawned with.
And how much is the Alice pack?
39. The large backpack is 35.
Oh, I thought it was.
Oh, once I equip it, look at the bottom of my screen. All right. I was gonna upgrade either way, cause hey, bigger is bigger.
Ooh, I just realized I have enough to upgrade my own big pack to an Alice pack.
So Neo, are you gonna come join us? Oh crap, Stream Raiders has been ready for I don't know how long. This might be the last battle for it. It's the same encumbrance reduction, Wostein. Okay. We got 20 more minutes. I'm just gonna run Stream Raiders in the background here. Oh, I see. Oh, that's put it in the container. Okay. Equip on back. Holy shy.
Yeah. Oh shit, tier 3. I thought it was just tier 1.
No, tier 3.
A bottle slot, plushie slot, holy crap.
You can actually attach a flashlight to it, and then you press F and it'll flashlight in front of you without needing to equip one.
Well, thank you so much, thank you so much, Jaffer. And I've got a flashlight to put on it too. Well, thank you, Jaffer.
Oh, this is so sweet.
Wrong button! We might have incoming.
Oops. Oh well. Surely it's not the fault of who drove a really loud slow truck down the road.
Alright, we'll put this Dr. Oid's poster here, and then the pause poster. Gotta find somewhere for that. Oh, wait! I think I set up a... I know exactly what I'm gonna put on it. I just gotta go grab it, because I already set one up as a secondary bag. It was a toolbox that I set up as one. It's not any backpack. There are some rules to what you can put on it. But at least I don't think I can put any bag on it. Yeah, it's gotta be specific ones. But I already set up the toolbox as one. Well, Jaffer, do you want the large backpack? The big backpack? Yeah, large one. Oh, you made 2 of them. Fair enough. Well, thank you. Well then, Chris Ovos, come up to the living room.
What you missing for a third one? I got a bunch of leather on me.
Alright. Please put the books into the bookshelves. I really don't want to have to go all over the place to find them. Yeah, Wostein, there are so many books just sitting on the floor next to the TV.
Hey, at least they're only the level 1 ones.
Okay. For books, put them on the bookshelf. For VHS and video games and such, put them in that cabinet next to, you know, the one in the living room, but next to the, near the TV. Okay? Not that big of a request. Just please do it.
Wait, Zim?
Yes.
Jaffer should make this all round and place it above the TV or above the TV room.
You what?
You should craft a rack for the VHS tapes. Like a rack
Oh.
on a shelf.
That would be a good thing.
So a shelf above in front of here, like next to the TV, for the VHS tapes would be perfect. And then I'd say if you can craft one for the magazines, that'll like be like the complete one. That way we can keep the books only in the shelves. Magazines can go in the rack or in the shelves.
Fair
and we
point.
can place each book, like we can place each series of books.
He's already working on it.
Perfect. And yeah, if you're gonna craft me an Alice pack, I'll take one. That won't stay on the ground. Be very careful with Alice packs. I recommend keeping a second backpack in storage. From what I read, they can be very temperamental. They'll suddenly stop being able to be picked up, or you might not be able to pick them off your corpse. The same is true for a lot of the backpacks. I just heard a lot specifically about the Alice pack. And I know it's a very desired one. So I don't know if it's a case of like more people encountered it because more people tried the Alice pack and then like got angry that they couldn't pick it up, or if it's just particularly buggy. But yeah, do note it. So I'd say keep a spare handy back at base. Or like a second big backpack.
Okay. What the hell can I put in these bottle slots? Also,
Water.
considering I'm
Water
probably... No, I mean what type of bottles? Because water bottles, apparent.
Sorry.
Yep, cap.
I
It
mean,
wasn't
Stallion
letting
purpose,
me... It wasn't letting me put them in there. But considering that I'm just going to be sitting here reading stuff for the rest of the evening, guys. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. No point in streaming me just sitting here.
Not really quickly, it's what Jaffer says. You need to grab a bottle, convert it to a backpack item. When you right click on the bottle in your inventory, you can convert it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, only water bottles, I think, not the pop bottles.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I say that there's not going to be any major stuff going on, and then I hear some automatic machine gun fire.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today for Project Zomboid. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. There on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around. As well as picking up some merch over at zgfgaming.store. Subscribe to our YouTube, which you can find a link for through the link tree. And just come by and hang out. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.